Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been the type of person to believe in supernatural stuff, ghost stories, paranormal TV shows, psychic mediums. I always chalked it up to overactive imaginations or people trying to make a quick buck. That changed last summer when I stayed at my buddy Adam's place for the night. Adam had been renting this old two-story house near campus for about 8 months. It was one of those places built in the 70s that had clearly seen better days. Worn carpet, dated kitchen, the works. Nothing special, just a typical college rental. But from the first week he moved in, Adam kept mentioning weird things happening, objects moving, strange noises at night, that kind of stuff. We all just teased him about it. "Your house is haunted, dude," we'd joke. Never in a million years did I think it might actually be true. The night it happened was supposed to be just a regular Friday hangout. A bunch of us were over watching horror movies. Ironic, I know, drinking beers and eating way too much pizza. By around 2 in the morning, everyone had left except me. I was too buzzed to drive home, so Adam offered me the couch for the night. "You sure you don't mind crashing down here alone?" Adam asked, as he tossed me a pillow and blanket. The living room was on the first floor, while his bedroom was upstairs. "I'll be fine," I said, but then jokingly added, "Just leave a light on for me, though, in case your ghost decides to show up." Adam laughed, but flipped on a small lamp in the corner before heading upstairs. "Night, Elijah. Don't let the ghosts bite." I remember scrolling through my phone for a while, before finally drifting off to sleep around 3. The horror movies we'd watched weren't even that scary. Some generic slasher films that were more funny than frightening. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or spirits or anything like that when I fell asleep. I woke up suddenly, that kind of instant awakening where you go from dead asleep to completely alert in a split second. The house was pitch black. The lamp Adam had left on was off, and there wasn't even moonlight coming through the windows. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. My first thought was how freaking dark it was. My second thought was wondering what had woken me. I fumbled for my phone to check the time, but it must have fallen between the couch cushions. That's when I heard it, giggling, like children playing. It was coming from somewhere behind the couch. At first I thought I was still half asleep and hearing things, but the sounds continued. Definitely 2 distinct voices, both young, maybe around 5 or 6 years old. A boy and a girl, I think. They were whispering and laughing, the way kids do when they're playing but trying not to make too much noise. I froze completely. Adam didn't have kids. He didn't have roommates with kids. There shouldn't be any children in this house at... What time was it anyway? 3, 4 in the morning? The giggling continued, and I could hear what sounded like small feet padding across the floor behind the couch. I was too terrified to turn around and look. My entire body had gone cold, and I couldn't move a muscle. "He doesn't see us," whispered one of the voices. "The girl, I think." "Shh, he's awake, though," replied the other one. "Definitely a boy." They continued their whispered conversation, and I kept telling myself this wasn't happening. Maybe I was dreaming. Maybe the alcohol and horror movies had messed with my head, but it felt too real, too present. Then the tone changed. The playful giggling stopped abruptly. "He's coming," the girl's voice said, suddenly urgent and frightened. "He found us again," the boy whispered, his voice trembling. Then both voices together. "Help us, he's coming." The plea was so desperate it made my skin crawl. These weren't just random sounds my mind was creating. There was real fear in those voices. Then everything went silent, the kind of silence that's so complete it feels like a physical presence. The children were gone, and the house was utterly still. I couldn't even hear the usual creaks and groans of an old building settling. I lay there, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The silence stretched on for what seemed like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds. Then I felt it, a shift in the air behind my head, right over the back of the couch. A presence, something, someone, was standing directly behind me, leaning over. Heavy, raspy breathing filled my ear. It wasn't the breath of a child. This was deeper, older, the breath of someone ancient, the air rasping through damaged lungs. I wanted to scream. I wanted to jump up and run, but my body wouldn't respond. I was completely paralyzed with fear. The breathing continued, so close I could feel the warmth of it against my ear. And then a voice. An old man's voice, gravelly and low, spoke directly into my ear. "Do you want to play?" The voice was so close it tickled my eardrum. I could feel the vibration of each word, the wetness of the breath. It wasn't just hearing a voice. It was feeling it physically inside my ear canal. I've never experienced terror like that moment. My entire body went ice cold, and I genuinely thought my heart might stop from fear. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. With every ounce of will I possessed, I managed to pull the blanket over my head, a childish defense, I know, but it was all I could manage. I curled into a ball under that thin cotton blanket and squeezed my eyes shut, silently begging for morning to come. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Hours, maybe. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I just lay there, heart racing, waiting for the voice to return, or for something to grab me. But nothing happened. When the first light of dawn finally started to filter through the windows, I could make out shapes in the room again. I waited until I could clearly see everything before I dared to emerge from under the blanket. The house looked completely normal, nothing out of place. The lamp that had been turned off was now on again, glowing softly in the corner. I was drenched in sweat, my t-shirt sticking to my skin. I grabbed my phone, which was right on the coffee table, not in the couch cushions like I thought, and saw it was just after 7 in the morning. Adam wouldn't be up for hours, but there was no way I was staying in that living room alone. I went upstairs and knocked on his bedroom door, not caring if I woke him. After a few moments he appeared, bleary-eyed and confused. "Dude, what time is it?" he mumbled. "Something happened last night," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Did you come downstairs at all? Or was anyone else in the house?" He rubbed his eyes. "No, man, I was out cold." "Why? What's wrong?" I hesitated, not sure if I should tell him. Would he think I was crazy, that I'd had some weird nightmare, but the experience had been so vivid, so real. "I think I heard something last night," I finally said. Adam's face changed. The sleepiness vanished, replaced by a look of concern. "What did you hear?" So I told him everything. The children giggling, their warning, the old man's voice in my ear. As I spoke, Adam's expression grew increasingly troubled. When I finished, he sat down heavily on his bed. "Holy shit, Elijah, this is fucked up." "Why? What do you mean?" I asked, confused by his reaction. Adam ran his hands through his hair. "About 2 months ago, my roommate's aunt came to visit. She's into all that psychic medium stuff, which I never believed in, but she refused to stay the night here. Said she could sense spirits." My stomach dropped. "What spirits?" "She said there were 3 of them attached to this house, an old man and 2 children, a boy and a girl." Adam's voice had dropped to almost a whisper. "She said the children were hiding from the old man, that he was hunting them or something, that they needed protection from him." I felt physically sick. There was no way Adam could have known what I heard. I hadn't told anyone about the experience until just now, and the details matched exactly what this supposed medium had said months earlier. "Did she say anything else?" I managed to ask. Adam nodded. "She said the old man was dangerous, that he had hurt the children when they were alive, and was still trying to get to them now. She tried to do some cleansing ritual or something, but said the old man's energy was too strong." We sat in silence for a few moments, both trying to process what this meant. I had gone from a complete skeptic to questioning everything I thought I knew in the span of a single night. "I'm moving out next month," Adam said finally. "The lease is almost up. And after all the weird stuff that's been happening, I was already planning to find a new place. You're not the first person to experience something here. I nodded, relieved that I wasn't losing my mind, but also terrified by the confirmation that what I'd experienced was real. I left Adam's house that morning and have never set foot in it again. He moved out 3 weeks later, not even waiting until the end of his lease. He said things had gotten worse after my visit. More frequent disturbances, objects moving violently, scratching sounds in the walls. I don't know what happened in that house in the past. I don't know who that old man was, or what he did to those children. All I know is that they're still there, caught in some horrible loop of hiding and being found. And sometimes, when I'm just about to fall asleep at night, I swear I can still feel that breath in my ear and hear that raspy voice asking if I want to play. I never did, and I never will. Story 2. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. It's been almost 30 years, but what happened that night in 1995 still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. I was 13 years old, living in Commerce City, Colorado. Not exactly the kind of place you'd expect something supernatural to happen. It was my little sister Sarah's 9th birthday. We'd had the usual party stuff earlier that day. Cake, presents, my mom trying to wrangle a bunch of sugar-hyped third graders. By evening, things had quieted down. My dad had gone to bed early because he had to work the next morning, and it was just me, Sarah, my mum, and my older cousin Jen, who was staying with us that weekend. We were sitting around the kitchen table, still picking at leftover birthday cake, when Jen suggested we try a séance. It sounds ridiculous now, but back then, in the mid-90s, this kind of stuff was having a moment. The movie The Craft had just come out, Ouija boards were popular again, and teenagers everywhere were freaking themselves out with ghost stories. Mum was hesitant at first. "I don't know if that's appropriate with the kids," she said, but Jen kept pushing, saying it was just for fun, that nothing would actually happen, and honestly, I was all for it. At 13, I was in that phase where I wanted to seem grown up and fearless. "We don't even have a Ouija board," Mum pointed out, but Jen wasn't deterred. "We can make one," she said, grabbing a sheet of notebook paper from the counter. She wrote out the alphabet in a semicircle, added yes and no at the bottom, and then the numbers 0 through 9 across the top. For a planchette, she grabbed a shot glass from the cabinet. Sarah was excited, her eyes wide as Jen set everything up. Mum still seemed uncertain, but she went along with it, probably thinking it would just be a silly game that would entertain us for a few minutes before bedtime. The four of us gathered around the table. Mom lit one of Sarah's leftover birthday candles and placed it in the center of the table for atmosphere, she said with a little eye roll. Then she put the shot glass in the middle of our makeshift board. "We all need to put a finger on the glass," Jen instructed. "Lightly though, don't press down." We did as she said, and Jen started talking in this mock spooky voice. "Is there anyone here who wishes to communicate with us?" Nothing happened at first. The shot glass just sat there while we all tried not to giggle. Then Sarah accidentally pushed it a little, and Mom gave her a look. "You can't push it, honey. That's cheating." We tried again, and after about a minute, the glass started to move. It glided across the paper to spell out YES. Even though I was watching everyone's fingers, I couldn't tell who was moving it. It felt like it was moving on its own. But I figured one of the adults was probably doing it to make things interesting. "Who are we speaking with?" Jen asked. The glass moved again. ELVIS. We all burst out laughing. "Elvis Presley?" Jen asked, still giggling. YES. "Prove it," I said, getting into the game. "What's your favorite song?" BLUESUEDESHOES. Sarah was practically bouncing in her seat with excitement. Mom was laughing too, but I noticed she looked a little uneasy. "I think someone's pushing it," she said, looking pointedly at Jen. "I swear it's not me," Jen replied, still chuckling. We asked Elvis a few more silly questions, and then the glass suddenly stopped moving. When it started again, it moved to spell out a different name, B-R-I-A-N. "Who's Brian?" Sarah asked, looking around the table. None of us knew a Brian. "Let's ask," Mom suggested, and I could tell she was getting more interested despite herself. "Brian, who are you?" "B-R-I-A-N-L-O-N-G. "Did you live in Commerce City?" Mom asked. Y-E-S. "When did you die, Brian?" Jen asked, her voice a little more serious now. "N-I-N-E-T-E-E-N-E-I-G-H-T-Y-S-E-V-E-N. That would have been about 8 years before, I realized. I did the math in my head. If he'd been a teenager then, he'd be in his 20s now if he was still alive. "How did you die?" I asked, feeling a chill despite the warm kitchen, D-R-O-W-N-E-D. "Where did you drown?" Mom asked. "O-C-E-A-N-C-A-L-I-F-O-R-N-I-A-V-A-C-A-T-I-O-N. I remember feeling really sad suddenly. I pictured this kid, maybe not much older than me, drowning while on vacation with his family. It seemed so unfair. "Did you go to school here?" I asked. "A-D-A-M-S-C-I-T-Y-H-I-G-H. That caught my attention. Adams City High was where I would be going in a year. It was the main high school in our area. "What grade were you in when you died?" Jen asked. "S-O-P-H-O-M-O-R-E. So he would have been around 15 or 16, just a few years older than me. For some reason, that made it feel more real. "Are you okay now, Brian?" Sarah asked, and I remember being surprised by her question. It seemed so innocent yet profound. Y-E-S-H-A-P-P-Y. We all sat in silence for a moment. The playful mood from earlier had shifted into something more solemn. Then the glass started moving again. H-A-P-P-Y-B-I-R-T-H-D-A-Y-S-A-R-A-H. Sarah's eyes went wide. "How does he know it's my birthday?" I figured Mom or Jen must have been guiding the glass to say that, but they both looked as surprised as Sarah. "Thank you, Brian," Sarah said to the air around us. The glass moved again. W-A-T-C-H-C-A-N-D-L-E. We all turned to look at the birthday candle sitting in the middle of the table, about 2 feet away from our makeshift board. As we watched, the flame started to dim. It got smaller and smaller until it was barely there, just a tiny blue flicker. Then suddenly, it flared back up, bright and strong. My skin went cold. There was no draft in the room. The windows were closed and the AC wasn't running. We were all sitting still, our fingers on the shot glass. None of us was close enough to blow on the candle, and even if someone had tried, we would have heard them. We all turned back to the board, and the glass moved again. H-A-P-P-Y-B-I-R-T-H-D-A-Y. Sarah started crying, not out of fear, but something else, a kind of overwhelmed wonder. Mom pulled her into a hug, her own face pale. "Thank you, Brian," Mom said, her voice shaky. "That was very kind of you." I remember looking at Jen, expecting her to confess that she'd somehow rigged this whole thing, but she looked as freaked out as the rest of us. "Should we say goodbye?" she asked Mom, who nodded. "Brian, we have to go now," Mom said. "Thank you for talking with us." C-O-M-E-B-A-C-K-S-O-O-N. "Goodbye, Brian," we all said together, and then Jen instructed us to slide the glass to "goodbye" at the bottom of the paper. After that, we put everything away, and Mom made us all hot chocolate, as if the warm drink could somehow normalize what had just happened. We didn't talk much about it that night, but I couldn't stop thinking about Brian and the candle. Over the next few weeks, we actually did the seance thing a few more times. Each time, we specifically asked for Brian, and he always came through. He told us more about himself, that he'd been on a school trip to California when he drowned, that he had had a younger sister too, that he liked baseball and video games. He seemed so normal, just a regular kid who happened to be dead. My parents started to get uncomfortable with how often we were doing the seances, especially when I began doing them on my own. I'd wait until everyone was asleep, then take out our makeshift board and the shot glass. I'd put my fingers on it and call for Brian. Looking back, it was probably just me moving the glass subconsciously, but it never felt that way. It felt like I was talking to a friend. Brian became something of an invisible friend to me that summer. I'd tell him about my day, ask him questions about death, which he rarely answered directly, and sometimes just sit in silence with my fingers on the glass, feeling like I wasn't alone. Then one night in late August, right before school started, I did a séance by myself as usual. But this time, when I asked for Brian, the glass spelled out a different name, M-A-R-K. "Where's Brian?" I asked, feeling uneasy. G-O-N-E. Gone where? M-O-V-E-D-O-N. Moved on where? I asked, my heart sinking. H-E-A-V-E-N. I sat there in the dark kitchen, my finger still on the shot glass, feeling a weird mix of sadness and happiness. Sad that my friend was gone, but happy that he'd moved on to whatever came next. "Thank you for telling me," I said to Mark, whoever he was. Then I put the board away and never used it again. I've never been able to explain what happened with the candle that night. Sometimes I try to convince myself that there must have been a logical explanation. A draft I didn't notice, someone secretly blowing on it, a coincidence of timing. But deep down, I know what I saw. We all saw it. Years later, when I was in high school, I actually looked up Brian Long in old yearbooks. There he was, in the 1986 yearbook, a sophomore with shaggy hair and a slightly crooked smile. The next year's book had a memorial page for him, saying he'd drowned during a school trip to San Diego in January 1987. I stood there in the school library, staring at his picture, getting goosebumps all over again, because he was real. And somehow, on my sister's 9th birthday, he'd wished her happy birthday by making a candle flicker in a way that defied explanation. I'm 39 now, with kids of my own. Sometimes they ask me if I believe in ghosts, and I never know quite what to say. I don't want to scare them, but I don't want to lie either, so I just tell them that the world is full of mysteries, and some things can't be explained. And sometimes, when one of them has a birthday, I find myself watching the candles on their cake a little more carefully than other parents might. Story 3. I've always been a bit different from most people. When I was growing up, my mum used to tell me our family had a gift, though honestly, it often felt more like a curse. We could sense things others couldn't. Presences, energies, spirits, whatever you want to call them. I've seen shadow figures lurking in corners since I was a kid. I felt cold spots that made my skin break out in goosebumps when everyone else in the room was perfectly comfortable. I've heard whispers and footsteps when I was completely alone. But what happened last Tuesday night was different, and it's still freaking me out. For context, I live with my mom in the house I grew up in, a typical suburban 2-story in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special about it, except for the occasional paranormal activity we've both experienced over the years. We also have 2 cats, both light orange tabbies named Marmalade and Butter. They're sweet, playful, and very much alive. I'd been having trouble sleeping that night. You know those nights where your brain just won't shut off? I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone, trying to get tired enough to fall asleep. It was around 2 in the morning and the house was completely silent. My bedroom door was cracked open just a few inches. I always leave it like that so the cats can come and go as they please. That's when I heard it, the distinct sound of little cat paws racing up the stairs. It's a sound I know well, the quick thump, thump, thump of a cat in a hurry. I smiled to myself, figuring Marmalade or Butter was coming up for a late-night cuddle. I heard the soft padding of paws approaching my door, and then I saw the door slowly push open wider. I glanced up from my phone, expecting to see one of my orange boys. Instead, I saw something that made me freeze. It was definitely a cat, but it was darker, not orange at all. It looked like a dark grey tabby with distinct stripes. In the dim light from my phone screen, I could make out its shape as it padded silently into my room. "Hey there," I whispered automatically, thinking maybe it was just the lighting making one of my cats look different. The cat approached my bed and did that classic arching stretch that cats do when they want attention. I reached down to pet it. My hand went straight through air. I felt nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not fur, not warmth, just empty space. A chill ran down my spine as I looked at my hand, then back at the cat. It was still there, looking up at me with glowing eyes. Then I looked at my door. It was still only cracked open a few inches, exactly how I'd left it earlier. My heart started racing. I blinked hard, thinking maybe I was hallucinating from lack of sleep. When I opened my eyes, the cat was gone. Just gone. I sat up straight in bed, suddenly wide awake and covered in goosebumps. I turned on my bedside lamp and checked under the bed, in the closet, everywhere a cat could hide. Nothing. I grabbed my phone and texted my mum, even though it was the middle of the night. "Are both cats downstairs with you?" A minute later she replied, "Yes. Marmalade on my lap, butter on the couch. Why, everything okay?" I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the light on and my eyes glued to the door. I tried to convince myself I had dozed off and dreamed the whole thing, but deep down, I knew I hadn't. I'd been wide awake and what I saw was real, or at least as real as a ghost can be. The next morning, I stumbled downstairs to find my mom making coffee in the kitchen. Both cats were lounging in the sunny spot by the sliding glass door, very much alive and very much orange. I must have looked like hell because my mom took one look at me and asked what was wrong. "I think I saw something last night," I said, pouring myself a huge cup of coffee. It was weird. I heard what sounded like one of the cats running upstairs, and I saw what looked like a cat come into my room, but when I tried to pet it, there was nothing there. I expected her to be concerned or confused. Instead, she smiled. Not a happy smile, but that knowing smile parents get when their kids finally experience something they've been through before. "Oh," she said casually, "you met the ghost cat." I nearly choked on my coffee. "The what?" "The ghost cat," she repeated, sitting down at the table. "I've been seeing it for months now. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to freak you out. And honestly, I thought maybe I was just seeing things." My mom then told me about her own experiences with this phantom feline. She'd felt what seemed like a cat jumping onto her bed in the middle of the night. But when she'd check, there would be nothing there. She'd heard meowing from the hallway when both our cats were accounted for. She'd seen a cat enter her room only to vanish when she tried to approach it. "What did it look like to you?" I asked, still trying to process that my mom had been experiencing this too. "Dark grey tabby," she said without hesitation, "medium-sized with stripes, nothing like our orange boys." My blood ran cold. That was exactly what I'd seen. "But we've never had a grey cat," I said, stating the obvious. "We'd only ever had orange cats, Marmalade and Butter, and before them another orange tabby named Cheddar, who died when I was in high school." "I know," my mum replied. "That's what makes it so strange." We spent the next hour comparing notes about our ghostly visitor. Neither of us felt threatened by it. Unlike some of the other entities we'd encountered over the years, this one seemed benign, almost friendly. Just a cat going about its cat business, except it wasn't actually there. "Have you ever tried to touch it?" I asked. "Once," my mom said. "My hand went right through it, just like you described. It was cold, like passing my hand through a pocket of cold air. That matched my experience exactly." After our conversation, I started doing some research online about ghost cats. Turns out, phantom feline sightings are surprisingly common. People report seeing cats that aren't there, feeling phantom paws on their beds, hearing phantom meows and purrs. Some believe they're the spirits of beloved pets coming back to visit. Others think they're spirit animals that were never alive in the first place, at least not in our realm. But here's the thing, neither my mum nor I could figure out whose cat this might be. We'd never owned a grey tabby. Our neighbours, as far as we knew, hadn't lost a cat recently. The previous owners of our house had dogs, not cats. It was a complete mystery. That night, I was determined to try to interact with our spectral visitor again. I left my door cracked open like usual and waited. Around midnight I heard it, the same thump, thump, thump of paws racing up the stairs. I sat up in bed, heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. My door pushed open wider than the crack I'd left, and there it was, the dark grey tabby. In the light from my bedside lamp, I could see it more clearly this time. It had distinct stripes on its sides and a swirling pattern on its forehead. Its eyes were a greenish yellow, glowing slightly in the dimness. It looked solid and real, except for a slight haziness around its edges, like it wasn't quite fully there. "Hey there," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who are you?" The cat looked at me, blinking slowly in that way cats do when they're comfortable. It padded across my room and jumped onto the foot of my bed. I could see the depression in my comforter where it landed, but I couldn't feel any weight. It was the strangest thing. I slowly moved my hand toward it, and again my fingers passed right through. It was like dipping my hand into a cold spot of air, not freezing, but noticeably cooler than the surrounding atmosphere. The cat didn't seem bothered by my hand passing through its body. It just continued to stare at me with those eerie eyes. Then it did something that made my skin crawl. It opened its mouth as if to meow, but no sound came out, at least not at first. Then I heard it, a delayed meow that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't loud, but it had a strange echo to it, like it was traveling from some distant place to reach my ears. I must have looked terrified because the cat tilted its head at me, almost quizzically. Then it stood up, turned around 3 times like cats do when they're settling in, and laid down at the foot of my bed. I watched it for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Eventually, my exhaustion won out, and I fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, it was gone. This has become our new normal over the past week. The ghost cat visits almost every night, sometimes coming to my room, sometimes to my mom's. We've both gotten somewhat used to it, though it still gives me chills when I see it or hear that echoey meow. We've started leaving out a bowl of water for it. Silly, I know, since a ghost can't drink, but it feels disrespectful not to acknowledge its presence somehow. Last night, something different happened. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth when I saw it in the mirror, sitting in the doorway behind me, watching. I turned around, and it was still there. Usually it disappears if I make any sudden movements. It meowed at me, that same echoey sound, and then turned and walked down the hallway. Curious, I followed it. It led me to the small storage closet at the end of the hall, where we keep old photo albums and holiday decorations. It sat down in front of the closet door and looked up at me expectantly. I opened the door, and it walked inside, disappearing into the darkness. I turned on the light and looked around, but the cat was gone. What I did find, tucked in a corner behind some old Halloween decorations, was a dusty envelope full of photos I'd never seen before. They were from before my parents bought the house, showing the previous owners, an elderly couple I vaguely remembered from when we first moved in, and in several of the photos was a dark grey tabby cat with distinct stripes and a swirling pattern on its forehead. I'm still trying to process this. I showed the photos to my mum this morning, and she was as shocked as I was. We had no idea these pictures were even in our house, let alone hidden in that specific closet. How did the ghost cat know they were there? What does it want us to do with them? We're not scared of our phantom visitor, not like we've been of other spirits we've encountered. But I can't help wondering why it's here, what it wants. Is it tied to the house, to the previous owners? Is it trying to tell us something? All I know is that tonight I'll be leaving my door cracked open again, waiting for the familiar sound of ghost paws racing up the stairs. And maybe, just maybe, our midnight visitor will lead us to more answers. Story 4. I still get chills when I think about that morning in Brighton. It's been 3 years now, but I remember every detail like it happened yesterday. Some experiences just stay with you, etched into your memory, especially when they defy everything you thought you knew about life and death. I was 32 at the time, visiting my boyfriend Tom in Brighton. We'd been dating for about 2 years, doing the long-distance thing between London and Brighton. That weekend was special. We were staying at his family home, a lovely old Victorian house where his grandparents and his Aunt Sarah lived. I'd only met Aunt Sarah a handful of times before, but we'd clicked instantly. She was one of those people who just radiates warmth, always smiling, always making jokes, and absolutely refusing to take life too seriously. The house itself was typical Brighton, tall and narrow, with those characteristic bay windows facing the sea. The guest room Tom and I were staying in was on the 3rd floor, tucked under the eaves with slanted ceilings and a small window that let in the morning light. That Saturday night, we'd stayed up late watching films with his grandparents while Aunt Sarah was out for dinner with her husband, Uncle Pete. I remember thinking how nice it was to feel so comfortable with Tom's family, how easy it all felt. I've always been a light sleeper, especially in unfamiliar beds. That Sunday morning, I woke up before Tom, which wasn't unusual. The digital clock on the bedside table read 6:43. The room was still dim with early morning light, and I could hear the distant sound of seagulls outside. I was just lying there, that weird state between sleeping and waking, when I heard it. "Good morning, campers. Good morning, campers." It was Aunt Sarah's voice, clear as day, right inside my head. Not like a thought, like she was actually speaking to me. Her voice had that same sing-song quality she always used when saying that phrase. It was her thing, you know. Whenever anyone was sleeping in too late or being lazy on family holidays, she'd burst into the room shouting, "Good morning, campers, good morning, campers," in this overly cheerful voice that drove everyone nuts, but also made everyone laugh. It was annoying and endearing all at once, in that way that family traditions often are. I sat bolt upright in bed, heart racing. The voice had been so clear, so distinctly hers. I looked around the room, half expecting to see Aunt Sarah standing in the doorway, but there was nothing. Just the quiet room and Tom still sound asleep beside me. "Tom," I whispered, nudging him gently. "Tom, wake up." He groaned and rolled over. "What time is it?" "Early." "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" he mumbled, eyes still closed. "Your aunt. I just heard your Aunt Sarah say, 'Good morning, campers.'" Tom opened one eye and looked at me. "She's not even here. She and Uncle Pete didn't come home last night, remember? They stayed at a friend's after dinner." That was true. I remembered Tom's grandfather mentioning that the night before. But the voice had been so real, so unmistakably hers. "I swear I heard her," I insisted. "It was like she was right here in the room." Tom yawned and checked his phone. "It's not even 7 yet. You were probably dreaming." Maybe he was right. I settled back down, but I couldn't shake the strange feeling that had come over me. It wasn't just hearing her voice, it was how it felt, like she was deliberately speaking to me, trying to reach me specifically. I tried to go back to sleep but couldn't. That voice kept echoing in my head. We got up around 9. Tom's grandparents were already in the kitchen making breakfast. His grandmother was at the stove frying eggs, and his grandfather was making tea. Everything seemed normal, ordinary. I almost convinced myself that Tom was right. It had just been a dream. After breakfast, I remembered it was Mother's Day. I needed to call my mum. I went back upstairs to get my phone, dialed her number, and waited. When she answered, I could tell immediately that something was wrong. Her voice sounded thick, like she'd been crying. "Happy Mother's Day, Mum," I said cautiously. There was a pause, then a shaky breath. "It's not a very happy one, I'm afraid, love." My stomach dropped. "What's happened? Is it Dad? Is he okay?" No, your father's fine." She took another deep breath. "It's your Aunt Sarah. She passed away last night." The world seemed to tilt sideways. I sat down heavily on the bed, my legs suddenly unable to support me. What? That's impossible. She can't be. I couldn't even finish the sentence. Uncle Pete just called about an hour ago, my mother continued, her voice breaking. They went out to dinner with friends, came home late. Pete said he didn't want to wake her when he got into bed. This morning he found her. She was gone, sweetheart, sometime in her sleep. My hand was shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. But she was fine yesterday. She was perfectly fine. She hadn't been well for a while, apparently. Heart problems. She didn't want anyone to worry, so she kept it quiet. You know how she was, never wanted to be a bother to anyone. I felt like I was underwater, sounds muffled, everything moving in slow motion. All I could think about was that voice, that perfectly clear voice I'd heard just hours ago. Good morning, campers, good morning, campers. What time? I asked, my own voice sounding strange and distant to my ears. What time did she die? They're not sure exactly. Pete went to the pub after dinner, got home around midnight. The doctor thinks sometime between midnight and early morning. Why? I couldn't tell her. How could I explain that I'd heard her dead sister's voice speaking to me this morning? She'd think I was losing my mind with grief. Maybe I was. No reason, I managed. I need to tell Tom. I hung up and sat there in shock for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then I went downstairs. Tom was in the living room with his grandparents. They were laughing about something, completely unaware. I stood in the doorway, not knowing how to say it. Tom looked up, saw my face, and his smile disappeared. What's wrong? He asked, getting to his feet. It's your Aunt Sarah, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She died last night. What followed was chaos and grief, phone calls, tears, disbelief. Tom's grandparents were devastated. They'd lost their daughter, and they hadn't even known she was ill. Uncle Pete arrived around noon, hollow-eyed and shell-shocked. I sat in the kitchen, numb, as the house filled with relatives and friends. All I could think about was that voice. Later that afternoon, when things had calmed slightly, I found myself alone with Uncle Pete in the garden. He was smoking, something I'd never seen him do before. His hands were trembling. Pete, I said carefully, can I ask you something? About last night? He nodded, eyes fixed on some distant point. What time did you get home? Late, after midnight. Maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock. I'd had a few at the pub with the lads. Sarah was already asleep when I got in. I didn't want to wake her, so I was quiet. His voice cracked. If I'd just checked on her. It's not your fault, I said automatically, though I knew no words could ease that kind of guilt. When did you find her? Morning, around 7. I got up to make tea. Thought I'd bring her a cup in bed. That's when He couldn't finish. 7. Right after I'd heard her voice. I wanted to tell him, to share this inexplicable thing that had happened, but the words stuck in my throat. What comfort would it be to tell this grieving man that his dead wife had somehow spoken to me? It sounded insane, even to myself. The rest of the day passed in a blur of grief and practical arrangements. Tom was busy supporting his grandparents, and I tried to make myself useful where I could, but I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. That night, lying in bed beside Tom, who had finally fallen into an exhausted sleep, I replayed the morning over and over in my head. The voice had been so real, not like a memory or a dream, but like she was actually there, speaking directly to me. Why me? We weren't even that close. I liked her, sure, but we'd only met a handful of times. Why not speak to her husband or her parents? Why not Tom, who she'd loved fiercely? And yet, there had been something different about our relationship. During our last visit about a month before, she'd cornered me in the kitchen while I was helping with the washing up. You're good for him, she'd said, nodding toward Tom in the next room. He's different with you, happier. Thank you, I'd replied, touched by her approval. Just promise me something, she'd continued, her tone suddenly serious. Promise me you'll look after him and them. She'd gestured toward his grandparents. Family's everything in the end. I'd promised, thinking it was just one of those conversations people have. I didn't realize it was goodbye. The funeral was a week later. It was packed. Aunt Sarah had been well loved. During the service, the vicar asked if anyone wanted to share memories. Several people got up to speak about her kindness, her humor, her zest for life. Then, unexpectedly, Uncle Pete stood. "Sarah had this saying," he began, his voice wavering. "Whenever we were on holiday, or if anyone was sleeping late, she'd burst in shouting, 'Good morning, campers, good morning, campers,' in this ridiculous voice." A ripple of recognition and sad laughter went through the congregation. It used to drive me mad. Now I'd give anything to hear it one more time. I felt like someone had punched me in the chest. Tom squeezed my hand, thinking I was just moved by Pete's words. He didn't know, how could he, that I had heard it one more time, that somehow, across whatever divide separates the living from the dead, Aunt Sarah had reached out with her familiar greeting. I've never told anyone about this, not Tom, not my mum, not even my closest friends. How do you explain something like that? Most people would think I imagined it out of grief or shock. Maybe they'd be right. Maybe it was just my brain processing the loss in a strange way. But I know what I heard. In those quiet moments between night and morning, when the veil between worlds is thinnest, Aunt Sarah came to say goodbye in the way that was uniquely hers. Not with solemnity or sorrow, but with the same playful phrase she'd used 100 times before. "Good morning, campers. Good morning, campers." I don't know why she chose me. Perhaps because I was awake at that particular moment. Perhaps because, as an outsider to the family, I could receive her message without the crushing weight of grief that would have accompanied it for Tom or her parents. Or perhaps because of that promise I'd made to look after her family when she no longer could. Whatever the reason, not a day goes by that I don't think about it. Not with fear, but with a strange kind of comfort. Because if Aunt Sarah could reach across that final boundary to deliver one last wake-up call, then maybe death isn't the end we think it is. Maybe it's just another doorway, another room in a house we're all passing through together. That's what I tell myself anyway, on those early mornings when I wake before dawn and listen to the silence, half hoping to hear that cheerful voice one more time. Story 5. I've been sitting in a coffee shop for the past 3 hours because I'm too terrified to go back to my apartment. I'm writing this with shaking hands, hoping someone has experienced something similar or can offer any explanation for what happened to me this morning. I'm a 26-year-old woman living alone in a modern apartment building in Capitol Hill, Seattle. I moved here about 8 months ago after landing a job at a tech company downtown. The building has pretty decent security, key fob entry to the building, cameras in the lobby and hallways, and each apartment has a smart lock system that logs entries and exits. I've always felt safe here. Since moving in, I've been using the Sleep Cycle app to track my sleep patterns. It's pretty neat. You place your phone on your nightstand before bed, and it records sounds and movements throughout the night to track your sleep quality. The app has these cool features where it captures noises you make while sleeping, snoring, sleep talking, that kind of stuff. I found it pretty entertaining to listen to myself occasionally giggling or mumbling nonsense in my sleep. This morning started like any other. I woke up around 6:30, made coffee, and checked my sleep cycle results from last night while eating breakfast. I noticed something strange right away. The app had recorded a sound at 2:41 in the morning, but instead of the usual specific labels like snoring or laughing, it was simply labeled talking. I didn't think much of it at first. I figured I must have been sleep talking, which happens sometimes. I tapped on the recording to listen, expecting to hear my own drowsy mumbling. What I heard instead made my blood run cold. The recording started with silence, then some rustling sounds. Then I heard a male voice. Not my voice. A deep, unfamiliar male voice saying something like, "Check over there." Then another voice, also not mine, responded with something I couldn't make out clearly. There was more rustling, then silence. The recording was only about 15 seconds long, but it was enough to make me drop my coffee mug. It shattered on the kitchen floor, but I barely noticed. I played the recording again, my heart pounding in my chest. Same thing, unfamiliar voices, in my bedroom while I was sleeping. My first thought was that the app had somehow picked up sounds from another apartment, or maybe a TV that I'd left on. But I hadn't watched TV last night. I'd read a book and gone to bed around 11. And these voices were clear, not muffled like they would be coming through walls. With trembling hands, I opened my smart lock app to check if anyone had entered my apartment during the night. The log showed the door was last locked at 7:20 p.m. yesterday when I came home from work. It hadn't been unlocked until this morning when I took out the trash. I searched my entire apartment. Closets, under the bed, behind the shower curtain, all the places you check when you're home alone and hear a strange noise. Nothing was out of place, nothing was missing. The windows were all locked from the inside. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been in my apartment. But those voices, those weren't my imagination. I played the recording for a third time, trying to listen more carefully. The male voice definitely said, "Check over there." The second voice was quieter, maybe female, but I still couldn't make out the words. The rustling sounds could have been someone moving around my room. The thought of strangers standing around my bed while I slept made me feel physically sick. I rushed to the bathroom and threw up my breakfast. When I looked at myself in the mirror afterward, my face was ghostly pale. I called my building manager right away. He came up to my apartment and listened to the recording. He looked disturbed, but assured me that the building's security system would have recorded anyone entering or exiting the building. He promised to check the footage and get back to me. While waiting, I checked all the vents and access points in my apartment, wondering if someone could have somehow gotten in that way. Everything was secure. I even looked at the ceiling, half expecting to find some hidden entrance that I'd never noticed before. Nothing. 2 hours later, the building manager called. He'd reviewed all the security footage from last night. No one had entered my apartment. No one suspicious had even been on my floor. He suggested that perhaps the app had picked up sounds from outside or from neighbors. I knew he was just trying to reassure me, but the voices in the recording were too clear, too present to have come from elsewhere. I called in sick to work and spent the next several hours researching similar experiences online. I found stories about sleep cycle picking up strange noises, but nothing like this. Nothing with distinct voices having a conversation in an empty, locked apartment. As the day wore on, I became increasingly convinced that what I'd heard couldn't be explained by app glitches or sounds from neighboring apartments. The voices were in my room, with me, while I slept. I tried calling a few friends, but everyone was at work. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I just said I wasn't feeling well and asked if I could stay over tonight. My friend Megan said I could crash at her place, which is where I'm headed after I finish writing this. Before leaving my apartment, I did one more thorough search. I checked inside the air vents, looked for loose floorboards, examined the walls for any sign of hidden passages or cameras. I know how paranoid that sounds, but I needed to rule out every possibility. That's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. On my nightstand, right where I place my phone every night, there was a small smudge mark, like someone had touched the surface with a dirty finger. I'm pretty obsessive about keeping my place clean, especially my bedroom. That mark wasn't there yesterday. I took photos of it from different angles, though I'm not sure what good that will do. It's just a smudge. But it feels like evidence that something happened, that I'm not imagining things. The worst part is that I've been using this app for months. How many other nights might there have been voices that the app didn't catch or labeled as something else? Have there been people in my apartment on other nights? What were they doing? Just watching me sleep, looking for something, planning something worse? I packed a bag with enough clothes for a few days and grabbed my laptop. As I was about to leave, I had another disturbing thought. What if my phone had recorded these voices before, but labeled them as something else? I sat down and started going through all my previous sleep cycle recordings. Most were just the usual sleep sounds, breathing, rustling sheets, the occasional cough or mumble. But then I found another recording from 3 weeks ago, labeled laughing. I remembered listening to it that morning and hearing what I thought was my own sleepy giggle. Now, with a growing sense of dread, I played it again. It wasn't me laughing. It was a soft, whispering chuckle that definitely didn't come from my throat. It was brief, just a couple of seconds, but unmistakably not my voice. My hands are shaking so badly now I can barely type. I've been sitting in this coffee shop for hours, afraid to go back to my apartment even to grab more belongings. I keep playing the recordings over and over, trying to make sense of what I heard. The building manager called again while I was writing this. He said he'd spoken with the security company and confirmed that no one had entered my apartment. He suggested that maybe the app was picking up audio from ads or videos playing on my phone during the night. But I don't leave videos playing when I sleep, and the voices weren't like any ad I've ever heard. I'm staying at Megan's tonight, but I don't know what to do after that. I can't afford to break my lease and move right away. I can't prove to anyone that there were people in my apartment. The recording is disturbing, but without context, it could be explained away as anything. What terrifies me most is the thought of going back there to sleep. What if they come back? What if they realize I know they were there? What were they doing in my apartment in the first place? I've considered setting up cameras. But what if they show nothing? What if whatever was in my apartment doesn't show up on video? That thought scares me even more than confirming there were actual people there. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or demons, but I know what I heard, and I know those voices were in my room with me while I slept. I've been racking my brain trying to remember if I felt anything unusual that night, any strange dreams or sensations, but I slept normally, according to the app's data. Deep sleep from 11:30 p.m. until the recording at 2:41 a.m., then back to deep sleep afterward. I didn't wake up. I didn't sense anything wrong. I slept through whatever was happening in my bedroom. That's almost the most terrifying part, that I was completely vulnerable and unaware while unknown voices discuss something just inches from where I lay sleeping. I'm at a loss for what to do next. I can't go to the police with just an audio recording that could be explained a dozen different ways. I can't prove to anyone that something truly inexplicable happened. For now, I'm not going back to my apartment alone. I'll stay with friends for as long as I can. Maybe I'll save up to break my lease and move somewhere else, somewhere with roommates, so I'm never alone at night. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insight into what might have happened, please let me know. I keep trying to find logical explanations, but nothing makes sense. How could there be voices in my locked apartment? Who or what was standing around my bed last night? And most importantly, will they come back? I'm uploading the audio file with this post. Please tell me if you hear what I hear or if I'm just losing my mind. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe sleeping alone again. Story 6. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff before. I was always the practical one, the one who'd laugh at ghost stories and find logical explanations for the weird sounds in old houses. But that changed after what happened in our home. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and it's been 3 months since we moved out. My name's Emma. I'd been living in this small 2-bedroom house in an old mining town for about a year before my husband James moved in with me. The house was built in 1901, one of the originals from when the mine first opened. It wasn't fancy, just a modest place with creaky floors and drafty windows, but it was affordable, and I'd fallen in love with its character. During that first year living alone, I never experienced anything unusual. Sure, the house made noise, but it was an old house. That's what they do. Everything changed when James moved in with me after our wedding. We were so happy to finally be living together with my daughter Lily. She's 7 and absolutely adores James, who's been in her life since she was 4. We thought we were starting our perfect little family life. The first incident happened about 2 weeks after James moved in. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I felt the mattress dip behind me, like someone was leaning over me. I felt a presence, the weight and shadow of someone hovering close. I mumbled, "James, what are you doing?" thinking he was checking on me or about to kiss me goodnight. No response. The weight remained, pressing down near my shoulder. I rolled over, annoyed that he was ignoring me, only to find nothing. The room was empty. That cold feeling of dread is hard to describe. It was like my blood suddenly turned to ice water. I got up, heart pounding, and went downstairs to find James fast asleep on the couch with the TV still on. I woke him up, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost, because he immediately sat up and asked what was wrong. "Did you just come upstairs?" I asked him, already knowing the answer. "No, I've been down here the whole time. I must have dozed off during the game." I didn't tell him what happened. I convinced myself it was just sleep paralysis or something. But I slept with the lights on that night. About a week later, James had his own experience. He was in our bedroom getting ready for bed when he saw what he thought was me peeking through the doorway. He told me the next morning that he saw a silhouette that looked exactly like me, just standing there, half hidden by the doorframe. "You were making these weird faces at me," he said over breakfast. "I called you a donut and asked you to come to bed already." He laughed, but I could tell he was confused. Then I realized you were in the bathroom the whole time. I could hear the water running. I felt that same cold dread again. I was brushing my teeth, I confirmed. I didn't come to the bedroom door at all. We looked at each other, both trying to laugh it off, but there was this unspoken fear hanging between us. Neither of us wanted to say what we were thinking. The third incident was what finally made us admit something was wrong in our house. We were both in bed, watching a show on the laptop before going to sleep. It was around 11 at night, and Lily was asleep in her room across the hall. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement at our doorway. When I looked up, there was a dark silhouette, just standing there, watching us. I froze. James must have felt me tense up because he looked at me, then followed my gaze to the doorway. The figure didn't move. It wasn't solid, more like a dense shadow, but unmistakably person-shaped. It stood there for maybe 5 seconds, then seemed to drift backward into the darkness of the hallway. "Did you see that?" I whispered, gripping James's arm so tight I probably left marks. His face had gone completely white. "Yeah," he said, "I saw it." We got up and checked the entire house, turning on every light. Lily was sound asleep in her bed. All the doors and windows were locked. We were alone, at least we were supposed to be. That night, we slept with Lily in our bed, the lights on, and a baseball bat nearby. Neither of us slept much. After that night, things escalated quickly. It wasn't just shadow figures anymore. Objects started falling for no reason, not like they were knocked over, but like they were pushed. A picture frame that had been sitting securely on a shelf for months suddenly flew off, as if someone had swiped it. My coffee mug slid across the kitchen counter and crashed to the floor, while both my hands were busy making Lily's lunch. The worst incident involved Lily. She came running out of the bathroom one afternoon, crying hysterically. When we finally calmed her down enough to talk, she said someone had pushed her off the toilet. Her exact words were, "The shadow person pushed me, Mommy." I checked her back and found a small red mark, like someone had shoved her with an open palm. That was it for me. I wanted out of that house immediately, but James, for all his fear, was strangely resistant. He suggested we try to deal with it first. I think, looking back, whatever was in that house had already attached itself to him somehow. One morning, James woke up with 3 long scratches down his back. They weren't deep, but they were definitely fresh. Slightly raised, red lines from his shoulder blade to his lower back. There's no way he could have scratched himself there, and they certainly weren't from me. When I saw those marks, I felt sick to my stomach. This wasn't just some harmless ghost. Whatever was in our house meant harm. I called my grandmother that same day. She's deeply religious and has always been sensitive to what she calls the other side. She came over with holy water and prayers, blessing every room in the house, every doorway and window. The whole time she was there, the house felt angry. The air was heavy and oppressive, and even though it was a mild spring day, it felt freezing inside. "There's more than one presence here," my grandmother told me when she finished. Her hands were shaking. "And they're not at rest. They're hungry." She wouldn't elaborate, but she urged us to leave. "This house has a history," she said. "This whole town does. The mines weren't kind to the men who worked them." After she left, I went online and ordered sage bundles. I'd never smudged a house before, but I was desperate. When they arrived, I burned them in every room, every corner, saying whatever prayers and cleansing words I could remember or find online. The smoke detector went off twice during the process, which felt like some kind of resistance from the house itself. For a few days, things seemed better. The oppressive feeling lifted somewhat, and we didn't see any more shadow figures. We started to hope that maybe it had worked, that whatever was there had moved on. Then came the night that finally broke us. It was a Tuesday evening in April. James was working late, so it was just me and Lily at home. I'd put her to bed around 8 and was downstairs folding laundry and watching TV. Around 9:30, I heard her scream. I ran upstairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. When I got to her room, Lily was standing on her bed, backed against the wall, pointing at her closet. "It's in there, Mummy. The shadow man is in there." I turned on every light and checked the closet. Empty. I checked under the bed, behind the door, everywhere. Nothing. But Lily was terrified, shaking and crying. "He was there," she insisted. "He was watching me and his eyes were glowing." I took her to my room and called James, telling him to come home now. While we waited, Lily and I huddled in my bed with all the lights on. She kept staring at the doorway, occasionally gasping or pointing, saying, "There he is again!" But I couldn't see anything. When James finally got home around 10, he looked exhausted and on edge. "The whole drive home, I felt like someone was in the car with me," he said, his voice low so Lily couldn't hear. I kept seeing movement in my rearview mirror. That night, none of us slept. The house seemed alive with activity, creaking floors as if someone was walking around, doors opening and closing on their own, the sound of whispers just beyond the range of understanding. At one point, all three of us heard what sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the attic floor, right above our heads. We don't use the attic. There's not even anything stored up there. Around 3 in the morning, James went to the bathroom. When he didn't return after 10 minutes, I went to check on him. I found him standing in the hallway, staring at the wall. When I touched his shoulder, he jumped like I'd shocked him. "I saw it again," he said. But this time, it wasn't just watching. It was smiling. The next morning, I called a realtor. We moved out 2 weeks later, leaving behind most of our furniture and anything else we couldn't pack quickly. James's parents let us stay with them while we looked for a new place. It's been 3 months now. We're in an apartment on the other side of town, nowhere near the old mining community. For the most part, things have been normal. No shadow figures, no objects moving, no scratches or pushes. But sometimes, when I'm alone or when it's very quiet, I get the feeling we're being watched. And James, he hasn't been the same. He's quieter, more withdrawn. Sometimes I catch him staring into empty corners of rooms or talking under his breath when he thinks no one can hear him. Last week, I noticed a scratch on his back while he was changing. Just one, but in the exact same place as before. I don't know what was in that house or what might have followed us out of it. I don't know if it was attached to the property, to the history of that mining town, or if it was something that was drawn to James specifically. All I know is that I still sleep with the lights on, And I still check Lily's room multiple times each night, and I never ever look too long at the shadows in the corners of our new home. Story 7. I still can't shake what happened to me last month. I've been staying at different friends' places since then, trying to find somewhere I feel safe enough to actually sleep. I've never believed in ghosts or any paranormal stuff before this, but I don't have any other explanation for what I saw. For context, my girlfriend Mia and I had this massive fight about 3 weeks ago. It was one of those arguments where you both say things you can't take back. She told me to get out of our apartment, and I had nowhere to go. My own parents live in California, and I couldn't afford a hotel for more than a night or two. When Mia called her dad to vent about our fight, he surprisingly offered to let me crash at his place in Tampa until things cooled down. It felt weird accepting, but I was desperate. I'd only met Richard, Mia's dad, a handful of times at family gatherings. He always seemed a bit off to me, too interested in what Mia and I were doing, asking strange questions about our relationship, but I figured it was just typical protective dad behavior. His house was this small, dated single story from the 70s, the kind with wood paneling everywhere and this musty smell you can't quite place. The guest room he put me in used to be Mia's childhood bedroom. It had been converted into a makeshift office storage room with a love seat that pulled out into a bed. The room had this weird layout, a closet without a door in the corner opposite the love seat, just this dark rectangular space that gave me the creeps from the moment I arrived. The first couple nights were uneventful. Richard mostly kept to himself, which was fine by me. I spent my time applying for jobs online and texting with Mia, trying to work things out between us. Then came that night. I remember it was a Tuesday because I just had a phone interview that afternoon that went nowhere. I was feeling pretty low. Ended up drinking a couple beers with dinner. Nothing excessive, just enough to help me relax. I fell asleep on the love seat around 11 without bothering to pull it out into a bed. I was exhausted from the stress of the job hunt and the whole situation with Mia. The room had this ancient window AC unit that made this rhythmic humming sound that actually helped me fall asleep. I woke up suddenly sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know because I remember the red numbers on the digital clock on the desk across from me. The moment I opened my eyes, I knew something was wrong. My body felt heavy, like someone had placed a weighted blanket over me, but there wasn't one. I tried to move my arms, my legs, anything, but I couldn't. I was completely paralyzed. My first thought was that I was having a stroke. My heart started racing, but I couldn't even open my mouth to call for help. The only things I could move were my eyes. That's when I noticed movement in the closet. At first, I thought it might be a shadow from the streetlight outside, or maybe Richard's cat that I'd seen wandering around. But then I saw it clearly, and I still wish I hadn't. From the darkness of the closet, something emerged. It wasn't fully formed at first, just a shape moving in the shadows. But as it crept forward into the dim light coming through the blinds, I could make out what looked like an elderly woman. Except, it wasn't just a woman. Her upper body was that of an old woman, wrinkled skin, bony shoulders, long grey hair hanging in stringy clumps. But where her hips should have been, the body changed. The lower half was proportionately smaller, like a baby's lower body, pudgy little legs moving in this disturbing, crawling motion. I'm not explaining this well. It wasn't like two different bodies stitched together. It was one continuous being, but with this impossible transition between elderly woman and infant. The proportions were all wrong, like something from a nightmare, but it moved with purpose, with intent. It began crawling, no, creeping, around the perimeter of the room. It moved slowly along the wall, those tiny infant legs propelling this withered upper body in a motion that made my skin crawl. The thing's head was turned away from me at first, but I could hear it making these soft, wet breathing sounds. I tried desperately to move, to scream, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was watch as this thing made its way around the room, inching closer to the love seat where I lay paralyzed. When it reached the foot of the love seat, it stopped. Slowly, it turned its head toward me. Its face. God, its face was the worst part. It had the deep wrinkles and sagging skin of someone in their 90s, but with these huge, infant-like eyes. They were glassy and unfocused at first, then suddenly locked onto mine. It tilted its head, studying me with this expression of confusion, almost like disappointment, like it had expected to find someone else there, not me. I got the overwhelming sense that it knew I wasn't supposed to be in that room, in that bed. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then, without warning, it turned and crawled back toward the closet, those tiny legs working in that unnatural rhythm. It disappeared into the darkness, and suddenly the weight lifted from my body. I could move again. I sat up, gasping for air, my entire body drenched in sweat. I told myself it had been sleep paralysis. I'd read about it before, hallucinations, feeling of pressure on the chest, inability to move. That had to be it, just my brain playing tricks on me. I managed to convince myself enough to lie back down, leaving the small desk lamp on for comfort. I must have dozed off again because the next thing I knew, I felt that same crushing weight on my chest. My eyes shot open, and there it was again. This time it was already at the foot of the love seat. The hybrid thing was staring at me with those huge mismatched eyes, ancient and infantile at once. But this time, its expression had changed. It wasn't confused anymore. It looked angry. It began crawling up onto the love seat, those tiny legs pushing its weight up toward my paralyzed body. I could feel my heart about to explode in my chest. Just as its wrinkled hand reached toward my face, I somehow broke free of the paralysis. I jolted upright with a gasp, flailing so violently that I fell off the love seat onto the floor. I scrambled to my feet, slapping at the wall until I found the light switch. The room flooded with light, and there was nothing there. No creature, no old woman-baby hybrid, just an empty room with an empty closet. I spent the rest of the night sitting upright in a corner, the lights on, watching that closet. I didn't care how crazy I looked. There was no way I was closing my eyes again. When morning finally came, I heard Richard moving around in the kitchen. I waited until he left for work before I ventured out of the room. I needed air, needed to be anywhere but in that house. I walked around the neighborhood for hours, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was I losing my mind? Was it just an incredibly vivid nightmare? But it had happened twice, and it felt so real. As I was heading back, dreading the thought of spending another night in that room, I noticed an older woman working in her garden next door. She looked up as I approached and waved. I waved back, and something compelled me to stop and talk to her. Her name was Mrs. Castillo, and she'd lived next door to Richard for over 30 years. We made small talk about the neighborhood, and then, not knowing what else to do, I carefully asked if she'd ever heard of anyone experiencing anything strange in Richard's house. The way her face changed told me everything. She put down her gardening shears and asked me to sit with her on her porch. What she told me made my blood run cold. She'd seen it too. The same hybrid creature. First when she was a child, visiting her aunt who'd owned the house before Richard, and occasionally throughout the years when she'd look out her window at night and see it peering out from Richard's windows. She described it exactly as I'd seen it, elderly woman's upper body, infant's lower body. That thing has been in that house longer than Richard has owned it, she said. But it got more active after he moved in with his daughter. I felt sick. Mrs. Castillo went on to say that she'd always felt something was off about Richard. She mentioned how neighborhood children used to avoid his house, how there were rumors years ago when Mia was young. I made some excuse to leave and went back to Richard's house in a daze. I packed my things immediately. I couldn't stay there another night. As I was throwing my clothes into my duffel bag, I noticed a box partially hidden under the desk. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pulled it out. Inside were dozens of photographs. Some were of Mia as a child, which seemed normal enough for a father to have. But there were others, pictures of children I didn't recognize, taken from a distance, like they didn't know they were being photographed. And worse, there were newspaper clippings about missing children from the 80s and 90s. I shoved the box back where I found it and got out of there as fast as I could. I called Mia from my car, but I didn't know what to say. How do you tell someone you think their father might be a monster? That you saw some impossible creature in his house that somehow seems connected to him? I ended up at a motel that night, and I've been bouncing between friends' couches since then. I broke up with Mia via text, which I know is terrible, but I couldn't face her. I couldn't tell her what I suspected about her father, or about the thing I saw. I've done some research since then. Some paranormal investigators believe that intense trauma or evil acts can create a kind of residual energy that manifests in strange ways. The hybrid appearance of the creature, elderly and infantile combined, almost feels symbolic, like it represents the violation of innocence, the corruption of childhood. I still don't know if what I experienced was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. But I know what Mrs. Castillo told me, and I know what I found in that box. Something terrible happened in that house, maybe still is happening, and that thing, whatever it is, seems bound to it, forever crawling around in the darkness, looking for someone. I haven't slept through the night since. Every time I close my eyes, I see that face, ancient and infantile, confused and angry, and I wonder who it was looking for that night, if not me. Story 8. I still can't fully explain what happened. It's been years since that dream, but I think about it almost daily. I'm not typically one for paranormal stuff or ghost stories, but what happened was too specific, too real to just brush off as coincidence. My mother died suddenly in 1982. I was 23 at the time. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October, crisp and sunny. My younger brother Michael called me at work, his voice shaking. Mum had collapsed in the front yard while raking leaves. The neighbors found her and called an ambulance. By the time I got to the hospital, she was already in critical condition. Brain aneurysm, the doctors said. It happened so fast. None of us kids got to say goodbye. Not me, not my older sister Janet, not my brothers Michael and David. She was 52 years old and gone in an instant. The last time I saw her alive was the Sunday before, when I'd stopped by for dinner. We'd argued about something so trivial, I can't even remember what it was now. That's the part that still twists my gut, that our final conversation was tense. Dad was never the same after Mom died. He kept living in the same two-story colonial in Maplewood, where we'd all grown up, but the house felt hollow. I'd visit and find him sitting in Mom's favorite chair in the sunroom, just staring out at her garden. He'd always been a talkative man, but grief made him quiet. 5 years later, in '87, Dad died too. Heart attack. David found him on the living room floor when he stopped by to drop off groceries. The doctors said it was quick, that he probably didn't suffer much. Small mercies, I guess. After Dad passed, none of us kids wanted to keep the house. Too many memories, too much emptiness. David, being the executor of the estate, handled the sale. I couldn't even bring myself to go through Mom's things. Janet and Michael took care of most of that. I just couldn't do it. Life went on. Janet had 2 daughters. Michael got married and moved to Colorado. David stayed local but was busy with his own family. I threw myself into my career. Years passed, and while I never forgot about my parents or our childhood home, the sharp edges of grief gradually softened. Then, in 2003, 21 years after Mom died, something strange happened. I was at the grocery store in the produce section when someone tapped my shoulder. "Excuse me, are you Sarah Miller's child? You look just like her." I turned around to see a woman in her 40s with curly brown hair. She looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place her. "Yes, I'm her daughter," I said, surprised that anyone would recognize the connection after so many years. I thought so. I'm Karen Thompson. I bought your family's house on Maple Street from your brother back in '94. It was jarring to hear someone talk about our house. I hadn't been back to the neighborhood in years. Couldn't even drive down that street without feeling a lump in my throat. "Oh, nice to meet you," I managed. "How's the old place doing?" Karen's expression changed slightly. "The house is wonderful. We love it, but..." She hesitated, glancing around as if worried about being overheard. "I've always wanted to ask one of you kids something. Did you ever experience anything unusual in the house when you were growing up?" My stomach dropped. "What do you mean by unusual?" Karen lowered her voice. "I don't know how to ask this without sounding crazy, but did you ever feel like you weren't alone, like someone was watching you?" I shook my head. "No, nothing like that. It was just a normal house when we lived there." "So your parents never mentioned anything strange? No unexplained noises or things moving?" "No, never. Why do you ask?" Karen sighed, looking relieved but also confused. "It's probably nothing, just my imagination, but sometimes I swear I can feel someone watching me, especially in the kitchen and sunroom. My husband thinks I'm being silly." I felt a chill run through me. The kitchen and sunroom were Mom's favorite places in the house. She'd spend hours cooking or just sitting with her coffee, watching the birds at the feeder she kept filled year-round. "When did this start?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Pretty much since we moved in. It's never felt threatening, just present. Sometimes I'll be washing dishes and feel like someone's standing right behind me. I'll turn around and no one's there." She laughed nervously. God, I sound insane saying this out loud. "You don't," I assured her, though my mind was racing. "Has anything else happened?" Karen bit her lip. "Well, this is going to sound really weird, but sometimes I smell fresh-baked cookies when no one's been baking. And once, all my spice jars were rearranged in alphabetical order overnight. My husband swore he didn't do it, and our kids were too young to reach the shelf. My mother had always organized her spices alphabetically, and she baked cookies every Sunday afternoon. We exchanged phone numbers before parting ways, with Karen apologizing for dumping this weird stuff on me. I told her it was fine, but inside I was shaken. I called Janet that night and told her about the conversation. "Do you think it could be Mom?" I asked, feeling ridiculous even saying it out loud. Janet was quiet for a long time. "I don't know," she finally said. "I've never believed in ghosts, but Mom died so suddenly, she never got to say goodbye to any of us." The thought haunted me for months. I found myself thinking about Mom constantly, wondering if she was somehow still in that house, confused and waiting. I dreamed about her more frequently, though the dreams were usually just fragments. Her hands kneading bread dough, the sound of her laugh, the way she'd tuck my hair behind my ear when I was upset. Then, on a night in February of 2004, I had the most vivid dream of my life. It didn't feel like a normal dream. It felt real, tangible, like I could smell and touch and taste everything around me. In the dream, I was standing in the foyer of our old house. Everything was exactly as it had been when we lived there. The dark green wallpaper in the hallway, the scuffed hardwood floors, even the little table where Mom kept the mail. I knew immediately that I was dreaming, but instead of waking up, I decided to explore. I walked through the house, touching the familiar walls, running my hand along the banister of the staircase. I could hear voices coming from the kitchen, laughter and conversation. When I pushed open the swinging door, I saw my siblings sitting around the kitchen table. Janet was there with her two daughters, Emily and Rebecca, who were maybe 7 and 9 in the dream, though in real life they'd be teenagers by then. Michael and David were there too, looking exactly as they had the last time I'd seen them at Thanksgiving. None of them seemed surprised to see me. They were talking and laughing as if this family gathering was completely normal. I sat down in my usual spot at the table, feeling an overwhelming sense of rightness and belonging. That's when I noticed the smell. Cinnamon and sugar and fresh dough. I turned toward the oven and saw her. Mom was standing there in her favorite blue dress, her dark hair pulled back in its usual bun, without a single grey strand. She looked exactly as she had before she died, healthy and vibrant, her cheeks flushed from the heat of the oven. She was sliding a tray of snickerdoodles onto the cooling rack, humming softly to herself. My breath caught in my throat. "Mom?" She turned and smiled at me, that same warm smile that had comforted me throughout my childhood. "There you are. I was wondering when you'd join us." I couldn't move, couldn't speak. She looked so real, so solid. Mom wiped her hands on her apron and walked over to the table, bending down to speak to Janet's daughters. "And these must be my granddaughters. Oh, look how beautiful you are." That's when it hit me. Mom had never met Emily and Rebecca. She died years before they were born, yet here she was, talking to them as if meeting them for the first time. I stood up, my legs shaking. "Mom, you shouldn't be here." She looked at me with confusion. "What do you mean, sweetheart? This is my home." "No, Mom, not anymore." The words hurt to say, but somehow I knew they were necessary. "You died over 20 years ago. This isn't your house now. Another family lives here." Instead of being upset, she nodded slowly, a look of understanding crossing her face. "I've been waiting for someone to tell me that. I've been so confused. I keep seeing strangers in my house, but then they disappear and it's empty again." My heart broke. Had she been here all this time, caught between worlds, not understanding what had happened? I walked over and took her hand. It felt warm and solid, just as it had in life. "We all loved you so much, Mom. We still do. But it's time for you to move on. It's okay to let go now." Mom looked around the kitchen, her eyes lingering on each of our faces. "I never got to say goodbye to any of you. It happened so fast." "I know," I said, tears streaming down my face. "But we knew you loved us. We always knew." She squeezed my hand. "What about your father? Is he—" "He's gone too, Mom. He missed you so much." She nodded, a small smile on her face. "I think I've seen him sometimes, just glimpses." I led her toward the back door, the one that opened onto her beloved garden. "It's time to go, Mom. We're all okay. You don't need to watch over this house anymore." She paused at the threshold, looking back at all of us gathered around the table. Then she turned to me. "Thank you," she whispered. "I think I've been waiting for permission to leave." She stepped out into the sunlight, and it seemed to envelop her, growing brighter and brighter until I had to shield my eyes. When I looked again, she was gone. I woke up gasping, my pillow wet with tears. The dream had been so vivid, so real, that for several minutes I couldn't orient myself to my actual bedroom. I could still smell cinnamon and sugar, still feel the warmth of my mother's hand in mine. I called Janet the next morning and told her about the dream. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. "That's weird," she finally said. "I dreamed about Mom last night too. She was in the old house baking cookies. She seemed happy." 3 weeks later, I ran into Karen Thompson again, this time at the bank. She recognized me immediately and waved me over. "I've been meaning to call you," she said. "Something strange happened." "What's that?" I asked, already knowing somehow what she was going to say. "The feeling I told you about, the sense that someone was watching me in the house. It's gone, completely gone. It happened about a month ago. I came downstairs one morning and the house just felt different. Lighter somehow. Empty, but in a peaceful way." She shook her head. "I know how this sounds, but it's like whatever was there moved on." I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. "The strangest part," Karen continued, "is that the night before I swear I smelled fresh-baked cookies. I went down to the kitchen thinking my daughter had been baking, but she was asleep and the kitchen was cold. That was the last time I smelled them or felt that presence. I never told Karen about my dream. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? But I know what happened that night was real, even if it wasn't real in the way most people define reality." Sometimes, when I'm baking snickerdoodles using my mother's recipe, I feel a warmth that goes beyond the heat of the oven, and I know somehow that she found her way to wherever she needed to be. Story 9. I've never really talked about this online before, but I need to get this off my chest. It's been over 10 years now, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 17 at the time, living in Pinewood, this small lakeside community where everybody knows everybody. We had this nice 2-story house, nothing fancy but comfortable. My bedroom was upstairs, across from my little sister's room. For context, my family has this interesting mix of beliefs. My grandparents were deeply into shamanism, and my mum grew up with all these rituals and spiritual practices. But my parents raised us Christian, taking us to church most Sundays. I'd consider myself Christian too, though not super religious back then. Just your average teenager who showed up for church and youth group. I'd always been fascinated by ghost stories and paranormal stuff, but in that casual way where you enjoy getting scared at sleepovers. Nothing serious. The closest I'd come to experiencing anything supernatural was some mild sleep paralysis during my sophomore year. It happened maybe 3 or 4 times, that feeling of waking up but being completely frozen, unable to move. Scary, but I'd read enough about it to know it was just my brain playing tricks. Anyway, this happened on a Saturday night in early November of 2011. My parents were out at some dinner with friends, so Anna, our 12-year-old neighbor, was babysitting, which was ridiculous because I was 17 and totally capable of watching my 11-year-old sister. But my mom insisted because they'd be back super late. It was a pretty normal night. We ordered pizza, watched some TV, and I went up to my room around 10 to text friends and mess around online. Eventually I got tired and decided to go to sleep. I remember plugging in my old flip phone to charge and putting it on the pillow next to my head, a habit I had because I used it as an alarm. The charging light would reflect on my ceiling, creating this small glowing spot that I was used to seeing every night. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up sometime later feeling groggy and disoriented. You know that feeling when you're half asleep and can't tell if something actually happened or if you dreamed it. I had this weird sense that someone was calling me from my bedroom doorway. Not like I heard an actual voice, more like I just somehow knew someone was trying to get my attention. I figured it was Anna checking on me for whatever reason, so I mumbled something like, "What do you want?" No response. I was too tired to care, so I just rolled over and fell back asleep. The next time I woke up, I was much more alert. I remember grabbing my phone to check the time. It was around 3 in the morning. The little charging light was reflecting on my ceiling like always, creating that familiar glow. I was about to put the phone down when I noticed something weird. A shadow moved across the illuminated part of my ceiling, not like the shadow of a tree branch or something outside. This was inside my room, moving from left to right across the light. It was big, maybe 2 or 3 feet wide. My first thought was that I was imagining things. You know how when you're tired, your eyes can play tricks on you? So I kept watching, thinking it wouldn't happen again. Within seconds, another shadow crossed the ceiling. This time it moved from right to left. That's when I knew this wasn't my imagination or my eyes being weird. Something was in my room, moving back and forth above my bed. I completely froze. Not like sleep paralysis where you physically can't move. I was just too terrified to do anything. The air in my room suddenly felt different, heavy, like when you walk into a basement that hasn't been opened in years. But worse, it felt like the air was pressing down on me. Then I realized I actually couldn't move. At first, I thought it was just fear, but this was different from regular fear. It felt like my body was being held down by something I couldn't see. I'd experienced sleep paralysis before, but this was so much more intense. In those previous episodes, I'd always known I was having sleep paralysis. This time, I was 100% awake and aware of everything around me. The worst part was the feeling that something was beside my bed. I couldn't see anything. The room was dark except for that small glow from my phone charger, but I could sense it. This presence, standing right next to where I was lying, then it started moving, not around the room, but onto my bed. I felt the mattress sink down at the foot of my bed, like when someone sits on the edge. But there was nobody there that I could see. The mattress sank deeper than it should have, like whatever was pushing it down weighed at least 300 pounds. I felt it crawl onto the bed. Each movement shifted my body slightly as the mattress adjusted to this invisible weight. It crawled over my legs, and I could feel the pressure on them as it moved. I've never been so terrified in my life. I wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound. I wanted to run, but couldn't move a muscle. The thing stopped moving when it reached my chest. Then came the pressure, this crushing weight directly on my chest. It felt like someone was sitting on me, making it nearly impossible to breathe. I could only take these shallow, gasping breaths. My lungs were burning from the effort. I remember thinking I was going to die, that this thing, whatever it was going to crush me or suffocate me. In that moment of pure terror, I started praying. I've never been super religious, but I was desperate. In my head, I just kept repeating, "Please God, help me, please make it stop." Over and over. After what felt like forever but was probably only 2 or 3 minutes, the pressure started to ease. It didn't disappear all at once. It gradually lifted until I could breathe normally again. Then, suddenly, I could move. The heavy atmosphere in the room lightened, and that sense of a presence was gone. I lay there for a few minutes, shaking uncontrollably. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. I was terrified the thing would come back if I tried to leave, but eventually I couldn't stand being in that room another second. I grabbed my phone and ran to my sister's room across the hall. I didn't wake her up. I just climbed into her bed and stayed as close to her as possible without disturbing her. I didn't sleep at all that night, just lay there with my eyes wide open until the sun came up. For the next month, I slept in my sister's room. I made up excuses, told my parents I was having nightmares, that I wasn't feeling well, anything to avoid going back to my own room. When I finally did return to my room, I kept a light on all night for weeks. I didn't tell anyone what happened for months. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy or making it up for attention. When I finally told my mum, she got this strange look on her face. She said that in her culture there were stories about spirits that would visit at night and sit on people's chests. Her grandmother had experienced something similar. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it some extreme form of sleep paralysis? Maybe. But I've had sleep paralysis before and since, and nothing has ever come close to the terror of that night. The physical sensations were too real. The mattress indenting, the weight on my chest, the shifting of my body as this thing moved over me. I've read about similar experiences online, and some people say it's just your brain hallucinating during sleep paralysis. Others talk about demons or negative energies. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I felt that night was real, and it changed me. I'm 29 now, and I still sleep with a small light on. I can't handle complete darkness in my bedroom. I've moved 3 times since then, but every new place, I get this irrational fear that whatever visited me that night will find me again. The weirdest part, I've never experienced anything like it since. It was this one isolated incident that I still can't make sense of. I just know I never want to feel that helpless terror again. Has anyone else experienced something similar? I'd give anything to understand what really happened that night. Story 10. I still don't know if I should be writing this. Part of me feels like I'm inviting it all back by putting it into words. But it's been eating away at me for months, and I need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has gone through something similar. So last year, I moved into this apartment in downtown Westbrook. I'd just graduated college and landed my first real job at a marketing firm. The pay wasn't great starting out, but I was determined to live on my own rather than moving back in with my parents. After weeks of searching, I found this one bedroom that seemed too good to be true. $600 a month, utilities included. In this market? Insane. I should have known something was off, but I was desperate and signed the lease on the spot. The building itself was pretty old, probably from the 1920s, with those creaky wooden floors and weird layout choices you find in older places. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a long hallway. The property manager, this guy named Greg, who always smelled like cigarettes and coffee, handed me the keys with this weird look. "It's a quiet building," he said. "Keep it that way." Then he practically bolted out of there. Should have been my first clue. The first week was completely normal. I was working these insane 60-hour weeks, coming home exhausted, barely having time to unpack properly. I'd crash on my mattress, didn't even have a bed frame yet, and sleep like the dead until my alarm went off the next morning. It started with little things. I'm a pretty organized person. Some might say borderline OCD. I like everything in its place. So when I noticed my coffee mug sitting on the counter instead of in the cabinet where I always put it, I figured I was just tired and had forgotten. Same with my keys ending up on the bathroom sink instead of the hook by the door. Little stuff that was easy to brush off. But then things got weirder. I'd wake up in the morning and all the cabinet doors in the kitchen would be open. Not just one or two, every single one. I'd definitely closed them the night before. I started double-checking everything before bed, making sure everything was where it should be. About a month in, I was lying on the couch watching Netflix when something caught my eye. This strange orb of light just floating through the living room. It wasn't a reflection or anything I could explain. It drifted from the hallway, across the room, and disappeared through the wall to the outside. I literally rubbed my eyes like in a cartoon, but it was gone. I told myself it was just exhaustion from work. Then came the cold spots. I'd be walking through the apartment and suddenly hit these patches of air that were freezing cold, like walking through a meat locker. The worst was in the hallway between the bedroom and bathroom. It got to the point where I'd run through that spot because it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Around the 2-month mark, I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. Just shadow movements, quick and darting. Turn my head, nothing there, but I'd get this feeling like I was being watched. I'd be cooking dinner and get this overwhelming sense that someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around, heart racing, but the apartment was empty. Just me. The footsteps started in month 3. Always at night, always in the hallway outside my bedroom. Heavy, deliberate steps that would stop right at my door. The first time I heard them, I grabbed a baseball bat and flung the door open, certain I'd catch some creep trying to break in. Empty hallway. No one there. This happened nearly every night for weeks. I knew something was seriously wrong when the sleep paralysis started. I'd had it as a kid. Terrifying episodes where I'd wake up unable to move, feeling like something evil was in the room with me. It had stopped when I hit puberty, and I hadn't experienced it in over a decade, but in that apartment, it came roaring back worse than ever. I'd wake up frozen, unable to even scream, while a dark figure stood in the corner of my bedroom. Sometimes it would just watch. Other times it would slowly approach the bed, leaning over me until I could feel cold breath on my face. I'd struggle and struggle until finally breaking free, turning on every light in the apartment, and staying awake until morning. I started to research the building's history, trying to find out if anyone had died there or if there were other reports of strange activity. Found nothing concrete, just some vague forum posts about the weird vibes in that part of town. I asked some of the other tenants if they'd experienced anything unusual. Most of them just gave me strange looks and hurried away. One older woman on the 2nd floor just said, "They don't like to talk about it," and shut her door in my face. I'm not a superstitious person. I consider myself pretty rational. But what happened one night in my 4th month there defied all explanation. I'd gone to bed around midnight, exhausted from work. In my dream, I was being chased through the apartment by something I couldn't see. I could hear it breathing, getting closer and closer. I ran into the bathroom, trying to lock the door, but it grabbed my arm. I felt sharp nails digging into my flesh, and the pain was so intense that it jolted me awake. I sat up in bed, shaking and sweating. As I reached over to turn on the lamp, my arm stung. When I looked down, there were 3 distinct scratch marks running from my wrist to my elbow, red and fresh, beaded with tiny droplets of blood. Exactly where I'd been grabbed in the dream. I sat on my kitchen floor until sunrise, clutching a knife back against the wall, convinced I was losing my mind. I thought about breaking my lease, moving back home, anything to get away. But I'm stubborn to a fault. Plus, I couldn't afford to lose my security deposit or pay rent on 2 places. I told myself I'd tough it out. The final straw came when I saw it. Not just a shadow or a glimpse, but a full-bodied apparition. I was doing dishes one night when I felt that familiar sensation of being watched. I turned around, and there it was, a tall, dark figure standing in my living room, completely black, like a shadow given depth and substance, but with no distinguishable features except for 2 points of dim light where eyes should be. It didn't move toward me, just stood there, watching. I don't know how long we stared at each other before I managed to blink, and when I opened my eyes, it was gone. I called in sick the next day, spent hours researching exorcisms, cleansings, protection spells, anything. I bought sage, salt, crosses. I was desperate. Nothing seemed to help. The activity continued, even seemed to intensify, like whatever was there was angry that I was trying to get rid of it. The solution came from the most unexpected place. My friend Sarah was turning 25, and she wanted to volunteer at the local animal shelter for her birthday. Weird choice, but that's Sarah for you. A group of us went along, more to humor her than anything else. While everyone else was cooing over puppies, I wandered over to the cat section. In the back corner was this scrawny black cat with one ear slightly bent. The volunteer said she was about 3 years old, had been there for months because she was unfriendly and territorial. When I approached her cage, she just stared at me with these intense yellow eyes. No hissing, no meowing, just evaluating me. I'd never had a pet as an adult, never even considered myself a cat person. But something about this cat, I can't explain it. I adopted her that day. The shelter people seemed shocked. Sarah was even more surprised when I walked out carrying a carrier. You, a cat? Since when? I didn't have a good answer. It felt like the cat had chosen me, not the other way around. I named her Kitty. Yeah, real original, I know, and brought her home with some basic supplies. I was worried about how she'd adapt, but the moment I opened the carrier in my apartment, she walked out like she owned the place. She systematically went from room to room, sniffing every corner, every doorway. When she got to that cold spot in the hallway, she stopped, fur bristling. She stared at nothing for almost a full minute, then let out this low growl I didn't think cats could make. It was primal, threatening. That night, for the first time in months, I slept soundly. No footsteps, no shadows, no sleep paralysis. Kitty had positioned herself at the foot of my bed, facing the door, like a sentinel. The next morning, I realized something was different. The apartment felt lighter somehow. The oppressive feeling that had been my constant companion was gone. I went through my usual routine, waiting for something to happen, a cold spot, a moved object, anything, nothing. Days passed, then weeks. The paranormal activity that had been terrorizing me just stopped completely. It was like flipping a switch. No more shadows in my peripheral vision, no more footsteps, no more orbs. Even the cold spot in the hallway was gone. The only thing that had changed was Kitty. I started noticing other things about her behavior. She had specific spots in the apartment where she'd sit and stare for hours, unblinking. Always the same spots. The corner of the living room where I'd seen the shadow figure, the hallway cold spot, the area next to my bed where I'd experienced sleep paralysis. It was like she was guarding these places. Sometimes at night I'd wake up to find her standing on my chest, staring intensely at the corner of the room, that same low growl rumbling in her throat. I'd see nothing there, but she clearly did. After a few minutes, she'd settled down, seemingly satisfied that whatever she was warning off had retreated. One night, about 2 months after adopting Kitty, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of what I can only describe as a fight. Not a normal cat-making noise kind of thing, but sounds like something was being thrown around. I bolted upright, turned on the light, and found Kitty standing in the middle of my bedroom, fur completely puffed out, back arched, making a noise I'd never heard before, not a hiss or a growl, but something in between, aggressive and defensive at the same time. She was facing the corner where I'd seen the shadow figure most often, though I couldn't see anything there now. The temperature in the room had dropped dramatically. I could see my breath. As I watched, frozen in my bed, Kitty lunged at the empty corner, swatting with her claws extended. There was a sound like static electricity, a brief flash of something dark, and then nothing. The room warmed up immediately. Kitty sat down, calmly licked her paw, and then jumped back on the bed like nothing had happened. That was the last significant incident. Whatever had been in my apartment was gone, banished by this ordinary shelter cat who turned out to be anything but ordinary. I stayed in that apartment for the remainder of my lease, 6 more months, without a single paranormal occurrence. Kitty remained vigilant, though. She'd still occasionally stare at empty spaces or position herself strategically around the apartment, especially at night. I never did find out what exactly was haunting my apartment or how Kitty managed to get rid of it. I've since moved to a new place with reasonable rent and no supernatural roommates. And Kitty came with me, of course. She's mellowed out significantly in our new home, acting more like a normal cat, though she still occasionally gives certain corners a suspicious glance. So that's my story of how a supposedly unfriendly shelter cat saved me from whatever was haunting my apartment. I still don't fully understand what happened or how a cat managed to do what sage burning and salt lines couldn't. All I know is that I went from living in a nightmare to having a peaceful home, all thanks to a scrawny black cat with a bent ear who decided I was worth protecting. Maybe animals see things we can't. Maybe they have defenses against the paranormal that humans have lost, or maybe I just got incredibly lucky. Whatever the case, I'm grateful every day for my grumpy little exorcist cat. She doesn't let me pick her up and only sits on my lap when she feels like it, but she saved my sanity and possibly my life. Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer in 1992. Poland was changing fast after communism fell, but our neighborhood remained the same gray concrete apartment blocks that had been there since the 70s. I was 9 years old, living with my parents and older brother Tomek in a third-floor apartment in Praga district. Summer break had just started, and our gang, me, Marek, Wojtek, Kasia, Piotrek, and my brother Tomek, who was 12, spent most days playing outside in the courtyard between our apartment blocks. Our favorite game was hide and seek, but after a few weeks, we discovered all the good hiding spots in the yard and were getting bored. It was Wojtek who first suggested we use the basements. Every apartment building in our complex had this massive basement network, not just one room, but an entire maze of corridors with small storage units for each apartment. Our parents kept old furniture, preserves, and winter clothes down there. The basements were connected to each other and ran under the entire building, with exits on opposite sides. The first few times we played down there during the day, using the dim yellow bulbs that lit the main corridors. But even then, many of the side passages stayed dark because bulbs were always burning out and nobody bothered replacing them. The concrete walls were always damp, and the whole place smelled like potatoes and old books. You could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance, and strange creaking sounds that we convinced ourselves were just the pipes. Then Piotrek, always trying to show how brave he was, suggested we play in complete darkness. We started turning off the lights when playing, navigating by touching the walls and listening to each other's footsteps echoing on the concrete floor. I remember the feeling of the rough, cold wall against my fingertips as I'd creep around corners, trying not to make any noise. The day it happened was a Friday in late July. It had been raining all afternoon, so we couldn't play outside. We were bored, stuck in our apartments until around 8 in the evening when it finally stopped. My mom was working late shift at the hospital, and my dad had fallen asleep on the couch after dinner. "Let's go to the basement," Tomek suggested when he came to my room. "The others are already waiting." I remember hesitating. It was getting dark outside, and something felt off that day. But I didn't want to look like a baby in front of my brother. We snuck out without waking Dad and met the others by the south entrance to the basement. Wojtek had brought a flashlight, but we agreed to use it only in emergencies. The metal door to the basement was supposed to be locked, but the lock had been broken for years. We just had to push hard at the bottom corner where it was warped and it would pop open. The basement was pitch black that night. Usually at least one light would be working, but not this time. I remember the sound our shoes made on the concrete steps as we descended, hollow, echoing sounds that seemed too loud. The air was colder than outside, with that musty smell that made my nose itch. "I'll count first," Tomek said, his voice bouncing off the walls. 1, 2... We scattered. I could hear the others running down different corridors, their footsteps fading. I moved slowly, trailing my hand along the wall, feeling my way through the darkness. I found my way to the section under the next building, where our grandparents' generation had their storage units. This area was older, with lower ceilings and narrower passages. I ducked into one of the abandoned storage units. Nobody used this one anymore because the ceiling had water damage. It was perfect because the door was hanging half open on rusty hinges, and inside was an old wardrobe with no doors where I could hide. I crawled inside, pulled my knees to my chest, and waited. Time passes weirdly in complete darkness. I don't know how long I was hiding. Maybe 15 minutes, maybe longer. The basement was silent, except for the occasional drip of water and the distant hum of pipes. No footsteps, no voices. I started wondering if they'd forgotten about me, or maybe were playing a prank. That's when I first heard it. A scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. It was coming from the corridor outside my hiding place. At first, I thought it was Tomek trying to scare me, so I held my breath and stayed perfectly still. The scraping stopped. Then came footsteps. Heavy, slow footsteps that didn't sound like any of my friends. They were too deliberate, too adult. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whoever it was could hear it. The footsteps stopped right outside the storage unit where I was hiding. I could hear breathing, raspy, like someone who'd been smoking for years. Then a voice called out, but not in Polish, something that sounded like words but wasn't any language I knew. It was deep, guttural and angry. I was frozen with fear, pressing myself against the back of the wardrobe, trying to become invisible. The footsteps moved away, and I heard the same voice shouting from further down the corridor. Then came the sounds I'd been waiting for, my friends screaming, not playful screams, but real terror. I heard Cassia shriek, "Run!" and multiple sets of footsteps pounding towards the exit. I burst out of the wardrobe and ran blindly in the direction I thought was the south exit. I crashed into walls, stumbled over debris on the floor, skinning my knees and palms. I could hear something, behind me, those heavy footsteps getting closer. The voice was shouting again, the words making no sense, but the anger in them unmistakable. I finally saw a sliver of light. The south door must have been cracked open when my friends escaped. I lunged for it, my fingers just brushing the metal surface when it slammed shut. I heard the distinct sound of the broken latch, somehow catching. "Help!" I screamed, pounding on the door. "Let me out!" I could hear my friends on the other side panicking. "It's stuck!" Wojtek was yelling. "The door won't open." "Go to the north exit." That was Tomek's voice. "Run around the building, I'll meet you there." I turned and ran back into the darkness, terrified of what was behind me, but more afraid of being trapped. I knew the layout well enough to find my way to the north exit, even in complete darkness. I ran as fast as I could, hearing those heavy footsteps still somewhere in the basement, but not right behind me anymore. When I reached the north door, I pushed against it with all my strength, but it wouldn't budge. This one was supposed to be partially open too, but somehow it had closed completely. I could hear Tomek on the other side pulling at the handle. "It's locked!" he shouted. "Marek, is there another way out?" The only other exits were the small ventilation windows near the ceiling, but they were too high for me to reach alone. I told Tomek about the window in the laundry room section. "Go there, I'll meet you," he shouted. I ran again, this time towards the laundry room area. The whole time I could hear those footsteps, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, like whatever it was searching for me, moving through the corridors in patterns that made no sense. The laundry room was in the oldest part of the basement. There was a small window about 2 meters up the wall that opened to ground level outside. As I entered the room, I heard the voice again, closer this time and angrier. I looked back and saw something that still haunts my nightmares. In the faint light coming through the dirty window, I could make out a silhouette standing in the doorway. It was shaped like a man, but too tall, too thin in some places and too wide in others, like the proportions were all wrong. I couldn't see a face, just darkness where it should have been. The figure raised an arm and shouted those strange words again. I screamed. Outside, I heard Tomek call my name. There was a scraping sound as he pushed something against the building wall. Seconds later, his face appeared at the window. He had dragged a dumpster over to stand on. "Climb up," he yelled, reaching his arm through the small opening. I jumped, grabbing at the window ledge, my feet scrambling against the wall. Behind me, I heard those footsteps entering the room. Tomek grabbed my wrists and pulled. I was small for my age, but it still took all his strength to drag me through that tiny window. My shirt tore, and I scraped my back raw against the window frame, but I didn't care. As Tomek pulled me out, I felt something cold brush against my ankle, like fingers, but not quite solid. Then I was out, falling onto the dumpster, then to the ground with Tomek. The others were waiting there, all pale and shaking. We stood together, staring at the basement window, expecting to see someone. The angry man who'd been chasing us, trying to climb out after us, but nobody came. We waited for almost half an hour, but the basement remained silent. No one emerged from either exit. No one called the police about intruders. Nothing happened. "Who was that?" Kasia asked, her voice trembling. "The door guard, maybe?" Piotrek suggested, but we all knew the building hadn't had a guard in years. "Did you all see him?" I asked. They nodded. They'd all seen the same thing, a man's silhouette in the darkness, shouting at them in a strange language. We compared what we'd heard and seen, and it was the same for all of us. The really terrifying part? Both basement exits had been secured from the outside. The doors that never properly closed had somehow locked behind us, and if that man was real, he was still in the basement with no way out, but no one ever came out. The next day, my grandmother came to visit. She found me still shaken, and eventually, I told her what happened. She went very quiet, then asked exactly where in the basement we'd first seen the figure. When I described the location, near the old storage units under the building where she used to live, her face went pale. "Marek," she said quietly, "that's where Pan Kowalski hanged himself 20 years ago. He was my neighbor. They found him in the morning, hanging from the pipes in his storage unit." She explained that the basement was known to be niespokojne, not peaceful. The older residents avoided going down there alone, especially after dark. Some claimed to hear voices or footsteps when no one was there. "Don't talk about this anymore," she warned me. "Talking about Zoe gives them power. They feed on attention, on fear. The more you speak of them, the stronger they become." I didn't want to believe her, but I couldn't explain what we'd experienced. 5 children saw and heard the same thing. Both doors had somehow locked from the outside, and no one ever found any stranger in the building. We never played in the basement again. Even now, 30 years later, I avoid basements when possible. My friends and I rarely discuss what happened, following my grandmother's advice. But sometimes, when we get together and have had a few drinks, one of us will ask, "Do you remember?" And we all go quiet, because we do remember. What haunts me most isn't just what I saw, but the impossibility of it. There was no way out of that basement, except the 2 doors and that tiny window I barely fit through. Whatever was down there with us that night should have been trapped, unless of course it already was. Story 12. I've never been a believer in ghost stories. I mean, I enjoyed them at sleepovers and campfires like everyone else, but I always figured they were just made up to scare kids. That all changed after what happened at Tenpenny Bridge when I was 14. This happened back in 2003 in our small Indiana town. There's not much for teenagers to do here except drive around, hang out at the mall, or find trouble. My sister Emma was 16 and had just gotten her license, which meant newfound freedom for both of us. It was late July, muggy as hell, and we were bored out of our minds. Emma's friend Samantha came over with her boyfriend Steve, and they started talking about local haunted places. Our town has all these stories: the abandoned asylum, the cemetery where people see floating lights, and Tenpenny Bridge. "We should go check out Tenpenny Bridge tonight," Steve suggested, his face lighting up in that way that told me he was trying to impress Samantha. "I heard if you go at midnight and do the ritual right, crazy stuff happens." I rolled my eyes. What ritual? Emma, who usually dismissed this kind of stuff, actually seemed interested. "They say some homeless guy died there back in the 80s. When they found his body, all he had were 10 pennies in his pocket." "Yeah," Samantha added, "and now if you park on the bridge at midnight, turn off your car, and put 10 pennies in a row on the edge of the bridge, weird stuff happens." "Like what?" I asked, already feeling skeptical. "Your car won't start. The pennies move by themselves. Some people say they've seen a figure watching them from the other side of the bridge," Steve said, clearly enjoying the tension. I glanced at Emma, expecting her to shut this down, but instead she said, "Let's do it." That's how, just before midnight, the 4 of us ended up in Emma's beat-up Honda Civic, heading toward Tenpenny Bridge. It's this old concrete bridge over Black Creek, about 15 minutes outside town, on a back road, surrounded by cornfields and woods. Not the kind of place you want to be stranded at night. "Did anyone bring pennies?" Emma asked, as we turned onto the gravel road leading to the bridge. There was an awkward silence until Steve pulled out his wallet. "I've got 7. I dug through my pockets and found 2 more. Samantha contributed the final penny. "Perfect. 10 pennies, Emma said, holding them in her palm. The bridge came into view, just a simple concrete structure, maybe 30 feet long. No streetlights, just our headlights cutting through the darkness. The creek below was barely visible, just a darker patch of black against the night. Emma drove onto the bridge and parked right in the middle. She turned off the engine and the headlights, plunging us into darkness. The only light came from the half moon above and our cell phones. "Okay, let's do this," Emma said, her voice suddenly quieter. We got out of the car, and I immediately felt the temperature drop. It was probably just the breeze coming off the creek, but it felt unnatural. The air smelled damp and earthy, with something else I couldn't quite place. Emma carefully placed the 10 pennies in a perfect line on the concrete guardrail. They gleamed dully in the moonlight. "Now what?" I asked. "We wait," Steve said, switching on his flashlight. We decided to wander around the bridge while waiting for something to happen. I stayed close to Emma, using my own flashlight to scan the creek below. It was only about 10 feet down to the water, which was low due to the summer heat. "This is stupid," I muttered after about 5 minutes of nothing happening. "Give it time," Emma said, sounding more patient than usual. We kept walking back and forth across the bridge, occasionally checking the pennies. Nothing changed. Steve started telling some story about his cousin who supposedly saw a ghost here, but I tuned him out. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 15 minutes, Steve suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "Guys," he said, his voice tight, Look at the pennies. We all rushed over to the guardrail. 2 pennies on the right end of the line had moved about an inch from the others. Did anyone touch them? Emma asked, looking at each of us. We all shook our heads. It's probably just the wind, I said, but there wasn't much of a breeze anymore. Let's put them back in line and see what happens, Samantha suggested. Steve carefully realigned the 2 pennies with the others. We stepped back about 10 feet, standing on the other side of the car, watching intently. Nothing happened for a couple minutes. I was just about to suggest we leave when I heard a sharp metallic ping and felt something whiz between my head and Steve's. What the hell was that? Steve yelped, jumping back. We heard a coin bounce on the pavement behind us. My heart started racing as I turned my flashlight toward the sound. One of the pennies was spinning on the asphalt about 15 feet away. How did it? I started to ask, but Emma cut me off. Look at the other pennies, she whispered. I swung my flashlight back to the guardrail and felt my blood turn to ice. The remaining 9 pennies were no longer in a straight line. They were arranged in a jagged pattern, like a panicked heart monitor line. 2 of the pennies were balanced precariously on the edge of the rail, defying gravity. That's not possible, I breathed. We all stood frozen, staring at the pennies. Then another one shot off the rail, flying past Samantha's ear and landing somewhere in the darkness beyond the bridge. "Fuck this!" Steve shouted, breaking the spell. "Let's go!" We scrambled for the car, practically falling over each other to get inside. Emma fumbled with her keys, hands shaking as she tried to start the engine. It didn't start, just a clicking sound. Come on, Emma muttered, trying again. "Nothing. Try again," I urged, looking out the window at the pennies. They were still arranged in that impossible pattern. Emma tried a 3rd time, and finally, the engine sputtered to life. She slammed the car into drive and peeled away from the bridge, the tires spitting gravel. We drove about 2 miles in terrified silence before Emma pulled over onto the shoulder. "Is everyone okay?" she asked, her voice still shaky. We all nodded, too rattled to speak much. "What the hell just happened?" Steve finally asked, running his hands through his hair. "I don't know," Emma said. "But those pennies, they moved by themselves." "Maybe it was just the wind," Samantha offered weakly. "There was barely any wind," I countered, "and wind doesn't make pennies fly through the air like bullets." We sat there for a few minutes, trying to calm down and make sense of what we'd seen. That's when Emma said something that made my stomach drop. "We should go back." "Are you insane?" I practically shouted. "I just want to see if the pennies are still there," she insisted. "We'll drive by slowly. We won't even stop." After some argument, we reluctantly agreed. Emma turned the car around, and we headed back toward the bridge. I felt a growing sense of dread with each passing mile. As we approached the bridge, Emma slowed down but kept the car moving. We all stared at the guardrail where we'd left the pennies. They were back in a perfect straight line, all 10 of them. "That's impossible," Samantha whispered. "We lost at least 2. "Drive faster," Steve urged, and Emma didn't need to be told twice. We made it home without speaking much. Emma dropped off Steve and Samantha, who both looked pale and shaken. When we got to our house, we went straight to our rooms, too freaked out to talk about what had happened. I lay in bed for hours, unable to sleep, replaying the events at the bridge over and over. How did the pennies move like that? How did they all return to the bridge after some had flown off? I must have finally fallen asleep around 4 in the morning. When I woke up the next day, I felt something hard under my cheek. I sat up and stared in disbelief at what was on my pillow. A penny. I called Emma immediately, and she burst into my room, her face white. "There was a penny in my bed," she said before I could speak. We called Samantha and Steve. They both found pennies too. Samantha's was on her nightstand, and Steve's was in his shoe. We never went back to Tenpenny Bridge. We barely even talked about what happened that night. But sometimes, even now, years later, I'll find a penny in a strange place, inside a sealed container or in a locked drawer, and I know it's him, the man with the 10 pennies who still hasn't moved on. I don't know why he followed us home or what he wants, All I know is that I'll never look at pennies the same way again, and if you ever find yourself near Tenpenny Bridge at midnight, just keep driving. Whatever you do, don't stop, and definitely don't leave any pennies behind. Story 13. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that evening in Oak Ridge. It's been 3 months now, but I swear I still check twice before going outside after dark. My family has lived in our house for about 12 years now. It's pretty isolated. Our nearest neighbors are about half a mile away, and we're surrounded by thick woods and open fields. Growing up here, I'd always felt safe despite the isolation. That changed on a rainy Tuesday in October. Mom and Dad were at some fundraiser dinner that night, leaving me home with my older brother Jake, 19, and sister Tina, 21. I'm 17, by the way. We weren't doing anything special, just hanging out in the living room, watching some stupid reality show while the sky outside darkened with approaching rain clouds. Around 7:30 in the evening, I suddenly remembered that our golden retriever Chloe was still outside in the backyard. I had let her out earlier to do her business, but with the rain coming, I needed to bring her in. Jake and Tina were completely absorbed in their phones, so I got up to handle it myself. "I'm going to get Chloe," I announced, but neither of them even looked up. Typical. Our house has this weird layout where you have to go through the garage to access the backyard from the main house. I flipped on the garage light and made my way through. It was that weird twilight hour where everything looks sort of blue-gray, and the approaching storm made it even darker than usual. I opened the door that leads from the garage to our backyard and stood on the threshold. The air felt heavy with the promise of rain, and everything was eerily quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing, just that strange stillness that sometimes comes before a storm. "Chloe!" I called out, scanning the yard for her golden fur. Nothing, which was weird because Chloe always comes running when called, always. "Chloe! Come here, girl!" I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. I stepped out onto the concrete block that serves as a small patio outside the garage door. The grass beyond was slightly overgrown, wet with dew that had already started forming. I was about to call again when I heard it, a strange clapping sound coming from the side of the house. Kind of like someone slapping their hands against their thighs, the way you might when calling a dog. Pat, pat, pat. My first thought was that maybe Jake or Tina had come out through the front door to help look for Chloe, but something about the sound felt off. It was too rhythmic, too deliberate. "Jake?" I called, turning toward the sound. "Tina?" No answer, just more of that weird patting sound. I took another step forward, peering around the corner of the garage. There was nobody there, just our empty side yard stretching toward the field beyond our property. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cooling air. I turned back toward the open backyard. "Chloe!" I called again, my voice a little higher than normal. "Come on, girl, it's gonna rain!" That's when it happened. From somewhere in the field beyond our yard, maybe 50 yards away, just at the edge where our mowed lawn meets the taller grass, I heard a voice. "Chloe!" It was a man's voice. Deep, but with this weird sing-song quality that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just calling her name, it was mocking how I'd called her, matching my inflection perfectly, but in this deeper, wrong voice. I froze, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. We live in a rural area. There shouldn't be anyone out there in the field. None of our neighbors would be on our property, especially not as it was getting dark, and none of them would mock me like that. I stood completely still, hoping I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks, or Jake messing with me somehow. "Chloe?" I called again, much quieter this time, almost a whisper. "Chloe," came the response immediately, in that same deep, mocking tone. It was closer now, maybe 30 yards away. That's when I noticed the silence again. No crickets, no birds, nothing. Just the sound of my own panicked breathing and my heart pounding in my ears. I was about to run back inside when I heard the familiar jingling of Chloe's collar from the opposite side of the yard. She came bounding around the corner of the house, her tail wagging like nothing was wrong. She must have been exploring near the front yard. Relief flooded through me as she ran up to me, but it was quickly replaced by absolute terror. If Chloe was here, then what the hell was calling her name from the field? I grabbed Chloe's collar and practically dragged her toward the garage door. She seemed confused by my urgency, but followed along. As we reached the door, I heard it again. Melissa, my name, in that same mocking tone. It knew my fucking name now. I slammed the garage door shut behind us, locked it, and ran with Chloe through the garage and into the house. I locked that door too, then stood there panting, my back against it. Jake looked up from his phone when I burst in. "What's your problem?" he asked, barely interested. I tried to explain what happened, but my words came out all jumbled and frantic. Tina just rolled her eyes, thinking I was making up some story for attention. Jake at least had the decency to look concerned for about 5 seconds before deciding I was being dramatic. "It was probably just some guy walking through the field," he said with a shrug. "Maybe a hunter or something." "In the dark, on our property, and how did he know my name?" I demanded. "You probably just heard an echo," Tina chimed in. "Or the wind, or your imagination because you watch too many horror movies." They both went back to their phones, completely dismissing me, but I knew what I heard. I spent the next hour sitting in the living room with all the lights on, Chloe pressed against my side. I kept looking out the windows, expecting to see someone or something staring back at me, but there was nothing, just darkness as the rain finally started to fall. When my parents got home around 10:30, I tried to tell them what happened. Dad had the same reaction as Jake and Tina, brushing it off as my imagination, or maybe just some local teenager playing a prank. But Mom, she looked at me differently. She saw how pale I was, how my hands were still shaking hours later. She sat next to me on the couch after everyone else had gone to bed. "What do you think it was?" she asked quietly, not dismissing me outright. "I don't know," I admitted. "But it wasn't human, Mum. The way it mimicked my voice, the way it knew my name when I hadn't said it, it wasn't right." She was quiet for a long moment. "My grandmother used to tell stories," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Back on the reservation, stories about things in the woods that could sound like people you know to lure you away." "Like a skinwalker?" I asked. I'd read about them online. Navajo legends about witches who could take animal form or mimic people. Mom flinched slightly at the word. "We don't say that name," she whispered. "But yes, like those beings, or maybe a different kind of spirit. There are many things in this world we don't understand." She made me promise not to go outside alone after dark anymore. She didn't need to ask twice. The next day, I went out to check the field in broad daylight. The rain had washed away any potential footprints, but I found something else that made my stomach turn. Right at the edge of our property, where the mowed lawn meets the wild field, there was a strange arrangement of sticks formed into what looked like a crude star shape. It wasn't something that would happen naturally. I took a picture of it with my phone and showed Jake, who finally seemed a bit unsettled. "Maybe some kids were trespassing," he suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. For the next week, I heard strange noises outside my bedroom window at night. Scratching sounds, that same clapping noise. Once, I swear I heard my own voice calling for Chloe, even though I was lying in bed terrified under my covers. Dad finally installed security cameras after Chloe started refusing to go outside at night, growling and barking at the darkness beyond our yard. The cameras haven't caught anything unusual yet, but sometimes they glitch out for a few minutes, especially the one pointing toward the field. Last week, I was home alone after school. Everyone else was still out, when the power suddenly cut out. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but the storm clouds made it almost as dark as evening. I called the power company from my cell phone, and they said there were no reported outages in our area. As I was hanging up, I heard that clapping sound again, coming from right outside the living room window. Pat, pat, pat. Then a voice, my voice, called out from the darkness. Mom, Dad, can you help me? I'm hurt. It was perfect, exactly how I would sound if I was in pain and calling for help. But I was inside, and whatever that thing was, it was outside using my voice. I grabbed Chloe, ran to my parents' bedroom, and locked the door. I called my dad, sobbing, and he came home right away. By then, the power was back on, and there was no sign of anyone having been outside. But I know what I heard. I've been researching skinwalkers and other Native American legends ever since. From what I can gather, these entities are drawn to fear and attention. The more you talk about them, the more power they gain. Maybe that's why I'm hesitant to even write this all down, but I need someone to believe me. I need to know I'm not crazy. Yesterday, while I was taking out the trash in broad daylight, I saw something at the edge of the field, just for a second. A tall, thin figure, standing perfectly still, watching me. When I blinked, it was gone. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that clapping sound. Pat, pat, pat. Like someone's calling for a dog, or for me. Mom says we should burn sage around the property, set up protective wards. Dad thinks she's encouraging my delusions, but he doesn't argue too much. I think even he's starting to feel like something's not right about our property. Chloe still refuses to go outside alone. Smart dog. I don't know what that thing in the field was. I don't know if it's still out there waiting. All I know is that I've never felt the same sense of safety in my home since that rainy October evening. And sometimes, when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I swear I can hear my name being called from somewhere just beyond the walls in a voice that sounds exactly like my own. Story 14. I've never shared this with anyone outside my closest friends. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. I'm not sure if writing about it will somehow invite it back into my life, but I need to get this off my chest. This happened about 4 years ago when I was 22. I was in a really bad place in my life, struggling with addiction and terrible decision-making. I'd gotten hooked on pills after a car accident when I was 19, and by 22, I was using pretty much daily. Not proud of it, but that's where I was. After breaking up with my boyfriend, Tyler, I had nowhere to go. I'd burned bridges with my family because of the drugs, lost my apartment, and was desperate. Tyler offered to let me crash at his family's place in Lakeside Heights until I could get back on my feet. Looking back, it was a terrible idea to move in with an ex. But when you're desperate and using, your judgment is completely screwed. The house itself was off. You could feel it the moment you walked in. It was this big 2-story house that his parents had owned for decades. Tyler's dad had died there just a year before I moved in. He'd been a pastor at some point in his life, but from what Tyler told me, he was a monster behind closed doors. The kind of man who preached about sin on Sundays while abusing his own kids throughout the week. Tyler never went into detail, but I could tell from how he talked about his father that terrible things had happened in that house. Tyler's sister Megan still lived there too. She was older than us by about 5 years and had gone through this intense rebellious phase as a teenager. Tyler once told me she'd gotten deep into occult stuff, not just the typical teenage goth phase, but actual rituals. He'd caught her sacrificing small animals in the basement when he was younger. When their dad found out, things got ugly, really ugly. The house had this heaviness to it, like the walls had absorbed all the pain and rage and darkness from this family. The air felt thick, especially in certain rooms like the basement and Tyler's dad's old office, which nobody used anymore. I never believed in the paranormal. In fact, I remember sitting in the kitchen with Tyler and Megan about 2 weeks after I moved in, and they were talking about weird things they'd experienced in the house. I laughed it off and said, "I've never seen anything supernatural in my life. I don't think that stuff is real." Megan got this strange look on her face and said, "You shouldn't say that in this house. It's like an invitation." I rolled my eyes. I was such an idiot. The very next day it started. I was home alone because Tyler had gone to work and Megan was at her boyfriend's. I decided to take a shower around 2 in the afternoon. The bathroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, and from inside the shower, you could see out through the frosted glass door into part of the hallway if the bathroom door was open, which it was. I was washing my hair when I noticed a shadow moving in the hallway. Not just any shadow, a person-shaped shadow walking slowly toward the bathroom. I froze. I knew I was alone in the house. I called out, "Tyler? Megan?" Nothing. I stood there, shampoo running down my face, staring at this shadow figure through the frosted glass. It stopped right outside the bathroom door, just standing there. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it over the running water. I told myself it was my imagination, that maybe it was a shadow from a tree outside or something. I quickly rinsed my hair and was about to step out when my purse, which had been sitting on the sink counter a good 6 feet away from the shower, suddenly flew across the room and slammed against the shower door. Not fell, flew, like someone had picked it up and thrown it with force. I screamed and backed up against the shower wall. The purse fell to the floor, contents spilling everywhere. I was hyperventilating, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. There was no way that purse could have moved on its own. The counter was level. There was no window open, no fan running, nothing that could explain it. With the water still running, I peeked out from behind the shower door. The bathroom was empty, but something caught my eye between the toilet and the sink. I crouched down to look, and what I saw made my blood turn to ice. There were 2 small wooden crosses that had been decorations in the bathroom. One had been sitting on the sink counter, and the other had been hanging on the wall behind the toilet. Both had fallen and somehow gotten wedged together between the toilet and sink cabinet. But the thing that made me run out of that bathroom naked and dripping wet was how they were positioned. They had formed a perfect upside-down cross. I grabbed a towel from the hallway closet and ran downstairs, leaving puddles all over the floor. I called Tyler in hysterics, but he just laughed it off and said the house was old and things fell all the time. He didn't come home early or anything. I sat on the porch for hours, refusing to go back inside until he got home. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing scratching noises in the walls of Tyler's bedroom. He slept through it all. Around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off from sheer exhaustion. That's when it happened. I woke up, except I didn't really wake up. I couldn't move. My eyes were open. I could see Tyler's bedroom around me in the dim light from the street lamp outside, but I couldn't move a single muscle. I'd never experienced sleep paralysis before, and I haven't since. But I knew immediately something was very wrong. There was a weight on my chest, heavy, pressing down, making it hard to breathe. And then I saw it. A dark mass, darker than the darkness of the room, hovering over me. It didn't have a clear form, just this black churning mass of something, but it felt alive, it felt aware, and it absolutely, without question, felt evil. The pressure increased on my chest, moving up to my throat. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I could only stare into this void-like mass as it seemed to lean in closer to my face. The coldness that came with it was unlike anything I've ever felt. Not like winter cold or air conditioning cold. This was a cold that penetrated straight to my soul. I remember thinking, this is what evil feels like. I was trying desperately to move, to scream, to wake Tyler, who was sleeping right next to me, completely oblivious. Nothing worked, and the whole time, I had this overwhelming certainty that whatever was on top of me was enjoying my terror, feeding on it. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, but suddenly Tyler shifted in his sleep, throwing his arm across my stomach. The moment he touched me, the pressure vanished. The dark mass dissipated like smoke, and I could move again. I sat bolt upright, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My throat felt bruised, like someone had actually been choking me. I shook Tyler awake and tried to explain what happened, but he just mumbled something about nightmares and rolled over. I spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, sitting in the corner of the room, too terrified to close my eyes. The next morning, I examined my neck in the bathroom mirror and saw faint red marks, like fingerprints. They faded within a few hours, but I know what I saw. I left that house the next day. I didn't even pack properly, just threw essential stuff in a bag and called a friend to pick me up. I told Tyler I couldn't stay there anymore. He thought I was being dramatic about a nightmare, but I knew better. For weeks afterward, I kept feeling like something had followed me. I'd catch glimpses of shadows in my peripheral vision. Electronics would malfunction around me. I'd wake up with unexplained scratches or bruises. I started using more heavily, just to numb myself to the constant fear. It wasn't until I finally got clean 6 months later that the lingering sense of being watched finally stopped. My sponsor in NA took me to her church, and though I'm not religious, I let them pray over me. Something about that seemed to break whatever connection had formed. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened in that house. Was it really a demon, summoned by Tyler's sister during her dark rituals years ago? Was it the evil spirit of their father, whose cruelty in life had somehow transformed into something supernatural after death? Or was it just a manifestation of my own addiction and trauma taking form in that toxic environment? I don't have answers. All I know is that evil was real and tangible in that house. I felt it. It touched me. It tried to hurt me. I've been clean for 4 years now. I have a stable job, a new apartment, a supportive boyfriend who knows nothing about this. I've rebuilt my life, but I still sleep with the lights on sometimes. I still can't look at crosses without remembering how they appeared that day, inverted between the sink and toilet. And I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3 in the morning, heart racing, feeling like something is in the room with me. I've never gone back to Lakeside Heights. I heard from a mutual friend that Tyler's sister eventually sold the house after Tyler moved out. I wonder if the new owners have experienced anything, if they've felt that same oppressive darkness that seemed to live in the walls. Part of me is terrified that just by writing this, by remembering it so vividly, I'm somehow opening a door again. That's why I've never told this story before, but I needed to get it out, to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, to know I'm not crazy. Because even after all these years, even though I'm clean and stable and rational now, I know what I felt that night, and it wasn't human. Story 15. I don't talk about this much. It's been almost 10 years since we moved out of that house, and I still get chills thinking about what happened there. Even now, sitting in my perfectly normal suburban home with the TV on in the background and my dog snoring at my feet, I feel like I need to look over my shoulder. We lived in that house for almost 10 years. It was a modest 3-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special to look at, built sometime in the 70s. The price was suspiciously good, but we were young, had 2 kids already, and were desperate for space. My husband Mark got a good deal through a work connection, and we jumped on it. The weird stuff started almost immediately. At first, it was just little things. Items moved from where I'd left them, doors that wouldn't stay closed, lights turning on and off. I'd put my coffee mug down on the counter, turn around to get something from the fridge, and when I turned back, the mug would be on the dining table. I thought I was losing my mind. Then came the noises, footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs, whispering that seemed to come from inside the walls, the sound of children laughing late at night, which was especially unnerving because our kids were sound asleep. After a few months, we all started seeing things, shadows moving in peripheral vision, a dark figure standing at the end of the hallway that would disappear when you looked directly at it. My youngest would talk about the sad lady who stood in his closet. I know how this sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd think they were making it up or at least exaggerating. But I lived it. We all did. The thing is, after a while, You almost get used to it. You jump less when a door slams by itself. You stop questioning why the TV turns on at 3 in the morning. You learn to ignore the cold spots and the feeling of being watched. It becomes a twisted kind of normal. But there was one entity, one presence, that was different from the rest. More purposeful, more aware. It seemed to study us, learn our patterns and our fears, and it used what it learned. One of its favorite tricks involved my bed. I'd be lying there trying to fall asleep when I'd hear it, a distinct slap of a hand on the covers at the foot of the bed. Then I'd feel the mattress dip and shake, like someone was crawling up from the bottom. The first few times I screamed and jumped out of bed, waking Mark and probably the whole neighborhood, but there was never anything there. This happened so often that it became almost routine. Mark started sleeping through my startled gasps. I'd feel the bed move, my heart would race, I'd look, nothing, go back to sleep, rinse and repeat. Then, things escalated. Last summer, I made the mistake of telling my sister-in-law how much certain horror movies freaked me out. We were having a few glasses of wine, and the conversation turned to scary movies. I admitted that The Ring, and especially The Grudge, terrified me more than any other films. Something about that long, dirty black hair and the unnatural way those ghosts moved. I couldn't even look at the DVD covers in stores. I didn't think anything of that conversation until about a week later. It was a Wednesday afternoon. Mark was working from home, but had a conference call downstairs in his office. The kids were home from school. My oldest, Jake, was playing video games in the basement, and my youngest, Tyler, was watching cartoons in the living room. I decided to take advantage of the relative quiet and lie down for a quick nap. I remember feeling exhausted, like something had drained my energy. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I felt that familiar heaviness start to settle over me. Not quite asleep, but not fully awake either. That's when I felt it. The mattress dipped at the foot of the bed, that familiar sensation I'd grown almost numb to. I felt the weight crawl slowly up the bed, the mattress shifting under me with each movement. In my half-asleep state, I remember thinking, here we go again, and rolling over to look, expecting to see nothing as usual. But this time, there was something there. Hovering above me, not more than a foot from my face, was a girl, a young woman with long, dirty black hair that hung down around her face. She wore what looked like a dirty white dress or nightgown. Her skin was a sickly grayish white, and her eyes... God, her eyes were completely black, like empty holes. She looked exactly like the ghost from The Grudge. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. We just stared at each other, her face hovering above mine, her hair hanging down around us like a curtain cutting us off from the rest of the world. Then she made this sound, this horrible croaking noise from deep in her throat that anyone who's seen that movie would recognize instantly. Something in me snapped. I jerked away so hard I nearly fell off the bed, scrambling backward until my back hit the headboard. I pulled the blanket up to cover my face, a pathetic shield, but it was all I had. And I started making this low groaning sound. I don't even know where it came from. Finally, I managed to yell, "Go away!" There was silence, complete silence. After what felt like forever, I lowered the blanket just enough to peek over the edge. The room was empty. I ran downstairs so fast I nearly fell, bursting into Mark's office in the middle of his call. I must have looked insane, face white, eyes wild, shaking all over. He immediately ended his call and tried to calm me down. When I finally managed to explain what happened, I could see the doubt in his eyes. He checked the entire house, all the closets, under the beds, behind the shower curtains. Nothing. He tried to convince me it was just a vivid nightmare, that I'd been half asleep and dreamed the whole thing. But I knew. I knew what I'd seen. That night, after the kids were in bed, I told Mark everything about the house. Not just the bed incident, but all of it. all the little things I'd been downplaying or not mentioning because I didn't want him to think I was crazy. To my surprise, he started sharing his own experiences, things he'd seen or heard but had rationalized away. We stayed up until dawn, comparing notes, finally acknowledging what we'd both known but been afraid to admit. Our house was seriously haunted. But it wasn't until a few days later that we realized how truly malevolent this particular entity was. Jake, my oldest, came running into our room in the middle of the night, tears streaming down his face. He was 12 at the time, too old for typical nightmares, too proud to usually show fear. But that night, he was terrified. Between sobs, he told us someone had been in his room. Someone had been standing at the foot of his bed, watching him. When I asked him to describe what he saw, my blood ran cold. It was like that clown from the movie trailer we saw, he whispered, the one that made me hide behind the couch. A week earlier, a preview for some horror movie with a creepy clown had come on TV, and Jake had been so frightened he'd actually hidden his face and asked us to tell him when it was over. We'd teased him about it a little, gentle teasing, the kind families do. But apparently, something in the house had been paying attention. That's when it hit me. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just randomly trying to scare us. It was specifically targeting our individual fears. It had taken the form of the grudge ghost for me because it somehow knew that was what terrified me most. It had appeared as a clown to Jake for the same reason. This wasn't a typical haunting. This was something that could read our thoughts, our fears, something that could take the form of whatever would cause the most terror, something demonic. The next few weeks were a blur of terror. We'd all see things tailored specifically to our own personal fears. Mark, who'd always been afraid of spiders since finding one in his sleeping bag as a kid, started finding massive spider webs in odd places, inside his shoes, in his car, stretched across doorways at face height. Tyler, only 7 at the time, became afraid to go to the bathroom alone after seeing what he described as a monster hand reaching up from the toilet. We tried everything. We had the house blessed. We burned sage. We put salt in the doorways. We even contacted a local paranormal investigation team who came with all their equipment and confirmed there was significant activity in the house, but couldn't offer much help beyond that. The activity kept escalating. Objects would fly across rooms, doors would slam so hard the frames cracked. We'd hear terrible scratching sounds from inside the walls, like something was trying to claw its way out. But the worst part was the psychological torture. The way it kept changing tactics, finding new ways to terrify us based on what it learned about us. It was like living with a predator that was constantly studying its prey, looking for weaknesses. One night, I woke up to find my bed shaking violently, not like someone was crawling into it, like an earthquake. I grabbed onto the headboard as the entire bed lifted several inches off the floor and slammed back down. Mark woke up shouting. The lamp on the nightstand flew across the room and shattered against the wall. Then everything stopped. Dead silence. In that silence, we heard Tyler scream from his room. We ran to him and found him standing on his bed, pointing at his closet door, which was slowly opening on its own. Mark yanked Tyler into his arms and backed away. From the darkness of the closet, we heard that same croaking sound I'd heard before. That was our breaking point. We grabbed the kids and left that night, went to a hotel, and never spent another night in that house. We left most of our belongings behind, only taking what we could fit in our cars. Mark called his boss the next day and explained we had a family emergency. 2 weeks later, he found a job in another state, and we moved, never looking back. We lost a lot of money on that house, had to sell it for way less than we paid, and we didn't disclose the haunting to the new owners. I still feel guilty about that, but we were desperate to be free of it. I've spent years trying to understand what happened to us. Why that house? Why us? I've researched hauntings and demonic presences, trying to make sense of our experience. The closest explanation I've found is that some entities feed on fear, not just causing fear for the sake of it, but actually consuming it like food. And the more specific and intense the fear, the more nourishing it is for them. Sometimes I wonder if it followed us. In the years since, I've occasionally felt that familiar sensation of the bed dipping when no one's there. I've glimpsed shadows moving at the edge of my vision, but nothing like what we experienced in that house. The worst part is that I still don't know what it was. A demon? A collection of ghosts? Something else entirely, and I don't know why it chose us, or if it's still there, tormenting the new owners with their specific fears. All I know is that I can never watch The Grudge again. And sometimes when I'm alone in the house and feeling brave, I whisper, "I'm not afraid of you anymore," but we both know that's a lie. Story 16. I've been a park ranger for almost 5 years now, but nothing prepared me for what happened last summer in the Olympic Peninsula. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. Some nights I lie awake wondering if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember Caleb was there too, and my co-workers. We all experienced it. I took the position because I wanted solitude. After years of working in overcrowded national parks with tourists everywhere, the idea of being stationed in a remote section of Washington's rainforest sounded perfect. No marked trails, minimal visitors, just me and ancient trees draped in moss. The kind of quiet that feels like a physical presence. The ranger station was basic but comfortable. A main office building with attached housing units for staff. My cabin sat at the edge of the property, closest to the forest. The windows in my bedroom faced nothing but dense woodland, stretching for miles. When I arrived in early May, I thought it was paradise. The first incident happened about 3 weeks after I settled in. I was doing a routine patrol about 2 miles from the station, checking for signs of illegal camping or harvesting. The forest was doing its normal thing, birds calling, branches creaking, the soft patter of drizzle on leaves. Then I heard it, a human scream. Not close, but clear enough that I froze in place. It wasn't the kind of scream you hear when someone's surprised or excited. This was raw terror. I called out, used my radio, and spent the next 3 hours combing the area. Found nothing. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no lost hikers. I chalked it up to some animal making a weird sound or maybe noise carrying from much further away than I thought possible. But then it happened again the following week. Same area, similar time of day. Another scream that made my skin crawl. This time I had a GPS marker of my exact location and reported it to my supervisor, who sent another ranger to help search. Again, nothing. By June, I'd started hearing something new, voices, not screams anymore, but whispers or normal volume speech that would come from nowhere, always just a word or two. The first time, I was checking trail markers when I distinctly heard someone say "thank you" right behind my left shoulder. I spun around so fast I nearly fell. Nobody there, just ferns and silence. After that, it was like a dam broke. I'd be alone in the forest and hear "again," or "please stop," or "listen here." Always short phrases, always in what sounded like different voices. Men, women, sometimes what sounded like children. The voices weren't threatening exactly, but they weren't normal either. They had this hollow quality, like hearing someone talk through an old tin can telephone. My boyfriend Caleb visited for a long weekend in late June. I hadn't told him about any of this. Didn't want him thinking I was losing it alone in the woods. We were hiking a game trail about a mile from the station when he suddenly stopped walking. "Did you hear that?" he asked. My stomach dropped. Hear what? Someone just said, "Beautiful day." Right there. He pointed to a cluster of trees about 20 feet away. I felt sick. Not because it was scary, though it was, but because now I knew I wasn't imagining things. Caleb heard it too. When I finally told him about my experiences, he got really quiet, then suggested maybe we were both picking up radio signals or something through our fillings. But neither of us really believed that. Then came the shadow figure, The first time I saw it, I was taking recycling to the dumpster area behind the main station building. It was dusk, that time when everything gets hazy and your eyes play tricks. Except this wasn't a trick. About 15 yards away, behind a stack of lumber, something tall and dark moved. Not walked, moved, like it was shifting position to stay hidden, but wanted me to notice it was there. I could make out what looked like a head peering around the edge, watching me. I dropped the recycling and ran inside. When I mentioned it to Jessica, one of the other rangers, she went pale. "You saw it too?" she whispered. "By the dumpsters?" Turns out almost everyone working there had seen it. Always in the same area, always crouching or peering from behind something, always watching. Management had even sent someone out to check for bears or other wildlife, thinking that's what people were spotting. They found nothing. By mid-July, Caleb had moved in with me. He was between jobs and figured he'd spend the summer with me before we both headed back to the city in fall. I was grateful for the company, but it didn't stop the weird stuff. If anything, it intensified. Jessica came to our door one night around 11, visibly shaken. She lived in the unit next to ours. "There was a face at my window," she said, her voice trembling. "Just floating there, looking in at me while I was reading." "Like a person's face?" Caleb asked. "Yes, but..." She shook her head. "It moved wrong, like it was gliding past on a skateboard or something, perfectly smooth, and it was looking right at me." After that, Caleb and I started keeping the curtains closed at night. Not that it helped much with what happened next. We'd been asleep for maybe 3 hours when I suddenly woke up feeling like something was wrong. The room was flooded with light, bright, intense light that was coming through our bedroom window. Not flashlight bright, more like stadium floodlights, or those super bright LED arrays they use for film shoots. Our entire room was lit up like midday. I nudged Caleb awake. "What the hell is that?" He sat up, squinting. "Is someone outside?" But we both knew nobody had any reason to be shining lights into our window at 3 in the morning, especially not lights that powerful, and the station didn't have equipment that could produce that kind of illumination anyway. We got out of bed and approached the window cautiously. The light was so intense we couldn't see the source, just pure white brightness. Then, after maybe 20 seconds, it vanished. Not dimmed or moved away, just switched off instantly. The forest outside was pitch black again. Like nothing had happened, we stood there for a long time, staring into the darkness. I grabbed a flashlight and we went outside, scanning the trees, the ground, even looking up at the sky. Nothing. No vehicles, no equipment, not even a trace of anyone having been there. 2 nights later, Marco, another ranger, was doing a late security check around the property when he saw what he described as an orange ball hovering over the roof of the housing units. He said it was about the size of a basketball and glowing from within, not like a reflection or a light being shined on something. As he watched, the orange sphere did several slow loops, almost like it was patrolling. Marco said he wasn't scared at first, just confused and curious. But then something shifted in him, a sudden feeling of fear or wrongness. The exact moment that feeling hit him, the orange ball popped out of existence, not faded or flew away, just disappeared. By August, the incidents were happening almost daily. The voices in the forest had become so common that we'd stopped reacting to them. The shadow figure was regularly seen around the station, always at a distance, always watching. And the lights, those were the worst. Sometimes just flashes in the forest at night, sometimes the blinding flood of light through windows. One evening, Caleb and I were sitting on our small porch having beers when we both saw it. A tall, dark figure standing at the edge of the forest, maybe 50 yards away. Unlike the glimpses by the dumpster, this time it wasn't hiding. It was just standing there facing us directly. We couldn't make out features, just a black silhouette against the slightly less dark trees. "Should we go inside?" Caleb whispered. I was about to say yes when the figure raised what looked like an arm, holding it up like it was waving or signaling to us. Then it took a step backward and seemed to melt into the trees. That night we heard footsteps on our roof. Not animal footsteps, human ones. Heavy, deliberate steps that crossed from one side to the other, stopped directly above our bed, then walked back again. When I called out to see if any of the other rangers were up there for some reason, the footsteps stopped immediately. 10 minutes later, they started again. The next morning, I climbed up to check. The roof was covered in a fine layer of dust from the dry August weather. There wasn't a single footprint. A week before my assignment was scheduled to end, I was doing paperwork in the main office when I heard Jessica scream from the break room. I ran in to find her standing by the window, pointing outside. "They're all out there," she said. "Look." I looked where she was pointing. At the edge of the clearing, partially hidden among the first line of trees, were dark figures. Not one, at least 6 or 7 of them, standing perfectly still, all facing the building. They weren't even trying to hide anymore. I called the other rangers on duty. By the time they arrived, the figures were gone. But everyone had seen something that summer. Everyone had a story. My last night there, Caleb and I were packing when the entire cabin filled with that same intense light. This time it lasted almost a minute, so bright we had to shield our eyes. When it finally disappeared, we went to the window and saw something that still haunts me. The orange ball Marco had described was there, hovering about 10 feet off the ground. Behind it, standing in a loose semicircle, were the dark figures, more than I could count. They weren't moving, just standing there as if waiting for something. The orange light pulsed 3 times, getting brighter with each pulse. Then it shot straight up into the sky and vanished. The figures remained for maybe another 30 seconds before they too faded into nothing. We left the next morning. I've never been back to that station, and as far as I know, most of the staff who were there that summer requested transfers. I still work as a ranger, but never alone, and never in places that remote. Sometimes Caleb and I talk about what we saw, trying to make sense of it. Were they ghosts? Something else? Why did they escalate from voices to physical appearances to those strange lights? What did they want from us? I don't have answers. All I know is that sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I think I hear a voice say, "Thank you," or "again," right next to my ear. And I keep the curtains closed, always, just in case something is watching. Story 17. I'm still not sure how to explain what happened to me in Ecuador last year. I've told this story to a few close friends, but I figured writing it out might help me process it. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can make sense of it. I'm originally from Denmark, but I've been traveling through South America for almost a year. Everything was going fine until I hit a bureaucratic nightmare with my visa while in Ecuador. Some paperwork issue meant I was stuck in Quito for at least 3 weeks while things got sorted out. Finding affordable accommodation last minute wasn't easy. After 2 nights in an overpriced hostel, I found a cheap apartment in one of the older parts of the city. The building was this weathered concrete structure, probably from the 1970s, with chipped paint and flickering hallway lights. The apartment itself was sparse, just a bedroom, tiny kitchen and bathroom with tiles coming loose around the edges. The furniture looked like it had been there since the place was built, a sagging bed, wobbly table, and a chair that creaked whenever I shifted my weight. When the landlord handed me the keys, he muttered something in Spanish about respecting the quiet hours. My Spanish isn't great, but I nodded along. I figured it was just the usual "don't disturb the neighbors" talk. He seemed eager to leave, barely waiting for me to count out the cash before he was backing toward the door. The first night, I noticed the weird vibe around 9:30. I was sitting at the table, trying to get the spotty Wi-Fi to work, when the atmosphere changed. It's hard to explain. The air felt denser, like the barometric pressure had suddenly dropped. The sounds from outside seemed muffled, as if cotton had been stuffed in my ears. The hair on my arms stood up. I told myself it was just the altitude. Quito sits at over 9,000 feet, and I'd been at sea level just days before. Altitude sickness can cause all sorts of weird sensations. But the next night, same thing happened at exactly the same time. I checked my phone, 9:32 p.m. That heavy feeling descended again. This time, I also felt like I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing in the corner of the room. Nobody was there, of course, but the feeling persisted. After the third night of this, I started developing a routine. I'd make sure to grab anything I needed from the kitchen before 9:30, then lock myself in the bedroom until morning. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but it made me feel safer. The weird atmosphere still came, but it felt less intense with the bedroom door between me and the rest of the apartment. About a week into my stay, I met some expats at a cafe and ended up having drinks with them. We hit it off, and what was supposed to be a quick coffee turned into dinner and several beers. I didn't check the time until I was already walking back to my apartment. It was almost 11. I hesitated outside the building, seriously considering finding a hostel for the night instead. But that seemed stupid. What was I afraid of? Bad vibes. I was a grown man, for God's sake. Besides, I'd had enough beer to feel brave. The apartment was dark and quiet when I entered. That oppressive feeling was there, but the alcohol had dulled my senses enough that I didn't care as much. I brushed my teeth, stripped down to my boxers, and collapsed into bed. I remember checking my phone one last time, 11:23, before drifting off. I don't know how long I slept before I woke up. What I do know is that I snapped from deep sleep to wide awake in an instant. My eyes flew open, and I was immediately terrifyingly alert. I wasn't alone in the room. There was no sound, no visible movement. The room was pitch black except for the dim red glow of my phone charger. But I knew something was there. It's that primal sense humans have, the one that tells you when you're being watched. And whatever was watching me was not friendly. What's strangest is that I instinctively knew exactly where to look. My eyes locked onto a specific spot at the foot of my bed. I couldn't see anything, but I sensed movement, like a shadow shifting within shadow. Then somehow I felt it move from the end of the bed to the right side, where there was about 2 feet of space between the mattress and the wall. I tried to move, to reach for my phone to use as a flashlight, but my body wouldn't respond. I wasn't paralyzed exactly. I could feel my limbs, could feel that I should be able to move them. But something was preventing me. Then came the pressure. It started on my face. An invisible force pressed against my cheeks, my forehead, my neck. The best way I can describe it is like 2 magnets pushing against each other. That invisible field of resistance that you can feel but not see. Except this was much stronger, and it was pushing me deeper into my pillow. I tried to shout, but my voice wouldn't work. My mouth opened, my vocal cords strained, but no sound came out. The pressure increased, spreading across my chest. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was intense and absolutely terrifying. I couldn't breathe properly. Each shallow breath required enormous effort. This lasted for maybe 4 or 5 seconds, though it felt much longer. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the pressure vanished. The invisible weight lifted, and I could move again. My voice returned in a rush, and I immediately shouted, "Fuck off!" toward the right side of the bed where I'd sensed the presence. My hand slapped against the wall, finding the light switch. The bare bulb flickered on, flooding the room with harsh yellow light. There was nothing there. No person, no animal, nothing that could explain what had just happened. But the room felt different, emptier somehow, as if whatever had been there had fled when I turned on the light. I sat up against the headboard, breathing hard, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sweat covered my body, despite the cool night air. I checked my phone. 3:17 a.m. I didn't sleep again that night. I kept the light on and stayed sitting upright until dawn broke at 6. The next day, I was a wreck. I considered finding a new place to stay, but I only had about 10 days left before my visa would be sorted, and I was running low on funds. Besides, whatever had happened might have been a one-time thing. Maybe it was just some weird form of sleep paralysis triggered by the altitude and stress. I called my ex-girlfriend's mother in Colombia. She's kind of like a second mum to me, and I knew she believed in spirits and that sort of thing. When I described what happened, she immediately crossed herself and told me I'd encountered a demon. She instructed me to buy white candles and salt, place the salt in the corners of the room, and pray for protection. I'm not religious, but at that point I was willing to try anything. I followed her instructions, feeling a bit silly as I sprinkled salt around the apartment. That night, I made sure to be in my bedroom before 9:30 again, with the door locked and a kitchen knife on my nightstand, just in case. But nothing happened, nor the next night, or any night after that. The heavy atmosphere still came at 9:30, but it seemed less intense than before. Whatever had visited me that night never returned. 2 weeks later, my visa issues were resolved, and I checked out of the apartment. The landlord barely looked at me when I handed back the keys. I wanted to ask if previous tenants had experienced anything strange, but my Spanish failed me, or maybe I was afraid of what he might say. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Sleep paralysis is the obvious explanation. It can cause pressure sensations and the feeling of a presence in the room. But I've had sleep paralysis before, and this was different. With sleep paralysis, I've always felt frozen from the start. This time, I woke up normally and then became unable to move when the presence approached. Then there's the fact that I knew exactly where to look, could track the movement of something I couldn't see. How do you explain that? My ex's Colombian family is convinced I encountered something supernatural. They believe some spirits are attracted to foreigners, to people who are isolated or vulnerable. Being alone in a strange city, I certainly fit that bill. I'm still agnostic about the whole thing. I can't say for sure what happened that night in Quito. What I do know is that something targeted me specifically in that apartment. Something that could exert physical force, that could silence my voice and hold me down without leaving a mark. Sometimes I wonder if it would have happened again if I'd stayed longer, or what might have happened if I hadn't been able to turn on the light. These thoughts still keep me awake sometimes, even a year later. I've traveled to many places since then and stayed in dozens of different accommodations. Nothing like this has ever happened again, but I still make sure I know where the light switches are in every new place I sleep. And sometimes, around 9:30 at night, I feel a slight heaviness in the air and find myself looking over my shoulder just to be sure I'm really alone. Story 18. I've been putting off writing this for months now, but I need to get it out there. Even typing this makes my hands shake, and I've had to close the blinds in my apartment because I can't stop feeling like I'm being watched. It happened last December when I was heading back to Bayview for the weekend. I'm 19, studying journalism at the university about 2 hours away from my hometown. Like clockwork, every Friday I'd catch the 7:15 bus to spend the weekend with my family. It was a routine I'd gotten used to. Pack a small bag Thursday night, attend my afternoon classes on Friday, then head straight to the bus station. That particular Friday started like any other. It had been raining all week, and the forecast showed no signs of clearing up. The semester was winding down, and I was exhausted from finals prep. I remember feeling relieved to be going home, where I could sleep in my own bed and eat something that wasn't microwaved ramen or cafeteria food. I got to the station around 6:45, just enough time to grab a coffee before boarding. The bus was about half full when I got on. I always tried to get a window seat on the left side. The coastal view was prettier, especially when the sun was setting. That evening, I got my usual spot about halfway down the bus. The bus pulled out right on time, and I put my earbuds in, planning to doze off like I usually did. The route from the city to Bayview follows the coastal highway for about an hour before cutting inland through some rural areas and small towns. It's a scenic drive during daylight, but as winter approached, it was already dark by the time we left the station. About 45 minutes into the trip, an older man took the seat next to me after another passenger got off. He smelled faintly of cigarettes and had a worn leather jacket. We nodded politely to each other, but neither of us seemed interested in conversation, which was fine by me. I turned my music up a little and leaned against the window, watching the headlights illuminate the raindrops racing across the glass. Around 7, we hit that stretch where the highway narrows and cuts through the mountains. It's the part of the journey I usually sleep through. Dense forest on both sides, hardly any streetlights, except at the occasional crossroads or small cluster of houses. My grandmother always told me to say a little prayer when passing through there, especially after dark. I used to think it was just her being superstitious. The bus slowed down suddenly. I took out one earbud and looked ahead, noticing a line of red brake lights stretching into the distance, some kind of traffic holdup. Our driver reduced speed until we were barely crawling along, maybe 5 miles an hour. A few passengers grumbled, checking their watches. That's when I saw it. We were passing one of those rare streetlights that dot the rural stretch, an old-style lamppost at what looked like a gravel turnoff into the woods. The yellow light cast a perfect circle on the wet asphalt below. At first, I thought it was a large dog that had been hit by a car. There was something dark on the road, hunched over what looked like another animal. But as we got closer, moving at that agonizingly slow pace, I realized it wasn't a dog. It was something else. The creature was on all fours, but its limbs were all wrong, too long, bent at unnatural angles. It had the basic shape of a human, but nothing else about it seemed human at all. Its skin was the darkest black I've ever seen, not like African skin tones, but like it was made of coal or oil, absorbing the light around it. The only parts that reflected any light were its eyes, which caught the streetlight and glowed like a cat's, but with a sickly yellowish-green tint. Its hair was wild and matted, hanging in long, tangled strands around its face. And its face, God, I still see it in my nightmares. The mouth was stretched impossibly wide, filled with teeth that looked too sharp, too numerous. It was bent over what I now could see was a dead animal, maybe someone's pet dog, or a goat from one of the nearby farms. The creature was feeding, tearing chunks of flesh with those terrible teeth. Blood splattered all around it on the wet pavement, shining black-red under the streetlight. As we approached, it stopped eating and looked directly at our bus, directly at me. I swear it saw me, recognized me somehow. It didn't move, just stared with those glowing eyes, blood dripping from its chin. Then, with a movement too fluid for its awkward limbs, it grabbed its prey by what was left of its neck and began dragging it toward the tree line. I was frozen, unable to look away or even breathe. Then I felt the man next to me shift suddenly. He had seen it too. When I finally managed to tear my eyes away from the window and look at him, his face had gone completely white. Our eyes met, and I saw my own horror reflected there. He didn't say anything, just swallowed hard and quickly made the sign of the cross over his chest. The traffic ahead must have cleared because the bus suddenly accelerated, carrying us past the streetlight and the scene beneath it. I twisted in my seat, straining to see out the rear window, but the darkness had swallowed everything except the fading pool of yellow light. For the rest of the trip, the man beside me didn't speak or look out the window again. He just stared straight ahead, his knuckles white as he gripped his knees. When we finally reached Bayview, he practically ran off the bus. My dad was waiting for me at the station, and I nearly broke down the moment I saw him. He asked what was wrong, and I couldn't bring myself to explain. Not yet. I just told him I was tired from finals. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those glowing eyes, that impossible mouth. The next morning, over breakfast, my grandmother must have noticed something was off. She's always been perceptive that way. We were alone in the kitchen when she asked me, in her gentle way, if something had happened on my trip home. I broke down and told her everything. As I described what I'd seen, her face changed, not to disbelief as I'd expected, but to a grim recognition that terrified me more than anything else. "Aswang," she whispered, and then she reached for my hand. That word sent chills down my spine. Throughout my childhood, my grandmother had told stories about the Aswang, shape-shifting monsters from Philippine folklore that my family had brought with them when they immigrated to the States decades ago. According to her, these creatures looked human by day, but transformed at night to hunt. Some could turn into animals, others could detach the upper half of their bodies and fly using their intestines as wings. The worst ones preyed on unborn babies, using their long tongues to suck them from their mothers' wombs. As a child, I'd been terrified of these stories, checking under my bed and keeping my window locked even on the hottest summer nights. As I got older, I dismissed them as just that, stories, cultural folk tales meant to keep children in line and preserve a connection to our heritage. But my grandmother believed, and now, as I sat in her kitchen with the memory of what I'd seen still fresh in my mind, I was starting to believe too. She told me, again, about the night when my aunt was just 3 days old. There had been a power outage in their neighborhood. My grandmother woke to the sound of something scratching at the ceiling. When she lit a candle, she saw it, an aswang, crawling across the ceiling like a spider, positioned directly above my infant aunt's crib. Its eyes glowed in the candlelight, and its mouth was open in a silent snarl. If my grandfather hadn't woken up and reached for the shotgun he kept by the bed, my aunt might not have survived that night. My other aunt, who lived further up in the mountains, once heard footsteps on her roof in the middle of the night. When she looked out the window, she saw an aswang climbing down the side of her house, its limbs bent at impossible angles, just like the creature I'd seen. These weren't just stories anymore. They were warnings that had been passed down through generations of my family. Warnings I had ignored. The rest of the weekend passed in a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I searched online for any reports of animal attacks or strange sightings in the area, but found nothing. The man on the bus, the only person who could corroborate what I'd seen, was a stranger I'd probably never see again. Sunday evening came too quickly. I almost asked my dad to drive me back to the university, making up some excuse about being too tired for the bus. But I knew that would just worry him more. So I found myself back at the Bayview station, boarding the 5:30 bus back to the city. I chose a seat on the right side this time, away from the forest view. As we approached the stretch where I'd seen the creature, I kept my eyes fixed on my phone, refusing to look out any window. But I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as we passed through that area, and I only relaxed once we were back on the main highway approaching the city. That was 4 months ago. I still take that bus every weekend, but now I only travel during daylight hours. I've started researching more about the Aswang and other folklore from my heritage. Some academic part of me wants to rationalize what I saw. Maybe it was just a bear or some other animal, distorted by the rain and poor visibility. But deep down, I know what I saw. The worst part is, according to the stories, once an aswang sees you, it remembers you. It might follow you, wait for an opportunity when you're vulnerable, especially if you're a woman. My grandmother has given me a small pouch of garlic and salt to carry with me. Traditional protections against the aswang. I keep it in my bag at all times, even though it makes my roommate complain about the smell. Last weekend, I thought I saw someone watching me from the edge of campus. A tall, thin figure standing perfectly still among the trees. When I looked again, they were gone. And 2 nights ago, I woke up at 3 in the morning to a scratching sound at my window. When I gathered the courage to look, there was nothing there, but the screen had been torn as if by claws or very sharp fingernails. I've started sleeping with the lights on. My roommate thinks I'm losing it, and maybe I am. But I know what I saw that night on the bus. And I know the stories weren't just stories. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe as a warning to others who take that coastal road at night. Maybe because I need someone else to believe me. Or maybe because if something does happen to me, I want there to be a record of why. If you've ever seen something similar, or if you know more about these creatures than what's in the usual folklore books, please reach out. Until then, I'll keep carrying my grandmother's protective pouch and avoiding the night bus through those mountains. And if you ever find yourself on a dark road in Bayview after sunset, keep your eyes away from the forest. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. And some things, once they've seen you, never forget your face. Story 19. I've been meaning to write this down for ages, but honestly, I've been too freaked out to even think about it properly. It happened last winter when I was staying at my childhood home in Blackwood. It's this small Victorian town in England where nothing ever happens, or at least that's what I thought until that night. For context, I've always been into spiritual stuff. Nothing too crazy, just crystals, tarot readings, that kind of thing. I'd always considered my bedroom in my mum's house to be my safe space. I had these little protection rituals I'd do, and I genuinely believed negative energies couldn't enter. Looking back, that confidence seems laughable now. My boyfriend Max had come to stay for the weekend. My mum was away at her boyfriend's place, so it was just us, my sister and her boyfriend in the house. I should mention that my sister and her boyfriend had their dog Luna with them, and our childhood dog Barkley was there too. We'd had a normal evening, ordered takeaway, watched some rubbish TV, then headed to bed around 11. Nothing unusual at all. Max fell asleep quickly while I scrolled through my phone for a bit before drifting off too. I woke up needing the toilet at what must have been around 3 in the morning. I carefully slipped out of bed, trying not to wake Max, but he stirred anyway. "Where you going?" he mumbled, half asleep. "Just to the loo," I whispered. "Go back to sleep." The hallway was dimly lit by this little nightlight we keep in the bathroom. It's one of those sensor ones that stays on all night. As I walked toward the bathroom, I saw Barkley lying on the floor outside the door. This wasn't unusual. He often slept in the hallway. "Hey, buddy," I whispered, crouching down to give him a quick pet. His fur felt warm and familiar under my fingers. He didn't get up, just wagged his tail lazily against the carpet. After using the toilet, I gave Barkley another little pat on my way back. I noticed my sister's door was firmly shut. She was sleeping in my mum's room with her boyfriend and presumably Luna. I left my bedroom door slightly ajar in case Barkley wanted to come in later, then climbed back into bed. Max was still awake, scrolling through his phone. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah, just needed a wee," I replied, settling back under the covers. Just as I was getting comfortable, I heard the creak of my bedroom door being pushed open wider. Luna, my sister's boyfriend's dog, came bounding in and jumped straight onto the bed. "Luna, get down," I whispered firmly, not wanting to shout and wake the others. She's a big dog, some kind of Labrador mix, and she was walking all over us. Max helped push her off the bed, and she reluctantly left the room. I got up and closed the door, but left it slightly open again. Force of habit, I guess. We settled back in bed, and Max put his head on my chest, facing toward my closet. We were just chatting quietly about plans for the next day when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. There was a figure in the doorway. At first I thought it might be my sister or her boyfriend checking on us after hearing Luna come into our room. But as I focused on it, I realized it wasn't a person, at least not in the normal sense. It was a tall black shadow leaning into my room. It was bent over at the waist, as if peering in, but there were no facial features I could make out, just this pitch-black silhouette against the dimly lit hallway. It was so dark that it seemed to absorb what little light there was. I froze completely. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, couldn't even breathe properly. I just stared at this thing for what felt like forever, but was probably about a minute. It didn't move either, just stood there, watching us. Then Max turned his head toward the door. The second he moved, the figure backed away, not like a person would step back, but like it was being pulled backward. It was there 1 second and gone the next. That's when the panic hit me. I shoved Max off me so hard, he nearly fell off the bed and sat bolt upright, pressing myself against the wall. "What the hell, Olivia?" Max said, confused. I couldn't even form words properly. I was hyperventilating, pointing at the doorway, tears streaming down my face. There was someone at the door. I finally managed to gasp out. Max immediately went into protective mode. He turned on the bedside lamp and went to check the doorway. Finding nothing there, he grabbed his phone to use as a flashlight and went to check the rest of the house. I sat there, trembling, listening to him moving around the house. Every creak of the floorboards made me flinch. I kept staring at that doorway, terrified the figure would return. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 5 minutes, Max came back. "There's no one here," he said, sitting next to me on the bed. "All the doors and windows are locked. Your sister and her boyfriend are fast asleep. The dogs are in with them." That's when I told him exactly what I'd seen. As I described the figure, his face grew more serious. "Show me how tall it was," he said. I pointed to where I'd seen the top of the figure's head in the doorway. Max stood up and tried to match the height. Max is 6'4", and he barely reached where I'd pointed. Whatever I'd seen was at least 7 feet tall. "There's no way that was a person," I whispered, fresh fear washing over me. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We kept the lamp on and sat up talking, both of us facing the door. I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. Around 6 in the morning, we heard an alarm going off in my mum's room. My sister's boyfriend had to get up for work. We called out to them, desperate for some normal human interaction after our terrifying night. My sister's sleepy voice called back, "What's up?" "Can you come here a sec?" Max replied. We heard their bedroom door open, and a moment later, Luna came bounding into our room again, jumping on the bed just like she had earlier. "Can you keep your dog under control?" I said, trying to sound normal despite my frayed nerves. My sister appeared in the doorway, looking confused. "What are you talking about? Luna's been in our room all night. We shut the door specifically so she wouldn't bother you." My blood ran cold. "But she came in here earlier, jumped on the bed. We had to push her off." My sister shook her head. "That's impossible. She's been curled up at the foot of our bed all night. Both dogs have." "Both dogs?" I repeated, my voice barely audible. "Yeah, Barkley's been in with us too. We let both dogs sleep in the room." I looked at Max, and I could see from his face that he was thinking the same thing I was. If both dogs had been in my sister's room all night, what had I petted in the hallway, and what dog had come into our room the first time? That's when I told my sister about the shadow figure I'd seen. She's always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, but even she looked unsettled. "This house has always given me the creeps at night," she admitted. "I've heard footsteps on the stairs when everyone's in bed, but I've never seen anything like what you're describing." I moved out of my mum's house a month later. I couldn't stand being in that bedroom anymore. The place that had once been my safe space now felt tainted. I couldn't sleep there without imagining that figure watching me from the doorway. The worst part is, it's followed me. Not the same figure exactly, but similar ones. In my new flat, I sometimes see shadows moving in my peripheral vision. They're never as clear as what I saw that night, but they're there. My current flatmate says it's probably the spirits of her deceased family members who used to live here, watching over us protectively. She says I'm sensitive to their presence because of my past experiences with spiritual practices. But I know what I saw in my childhood home wasn't protective. There was something malevolent about it, something that felt intrusive and wrong. And sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I still feel phantom fur beneath my fingers when I reach out in the darkness. I haven't touched a tarot card or crystal since that night. Some doors, once opened, can't be easily closed again. And whatever came through my bedroom door that night, whatever pretended to be our dogs, I don't think it's ever really left me. The most terrifying part? I still don't have an explanation for what happened. Was it a ghost, a demon, some entity I accidentally invited in through my spiritual practices? I have no idea. All I know is that my safe space was violated, and I've never felt completely secure anywhere since. I still can't walk down a dark hallway without checking over my shoulder. I can't leave my bedroom door open at night, and I certainly can't forget the image of that tall black figure bending down to peer into my room, watching, waiting for God knows what. Story 20. I still get this weird feeling in my gut whenever someone mentions the Florida Panhandle. It's been 7 years since that night, but I can't shake it. My wife thinks I'm being dramatic, but she wasn't there. She didn't see that place or that man. It was summer of 2016, just before the election. Madness really kicked into high gear. Me, my brother Jake, and our friends Mitch and Tyler had been doing our annual beach trip, something we'd started in college and kept up, even though we were all pushing 30 by then. Nothing fancy, just a cheap condo rental in Panama City Beach for a long weekend of beer, beach, and bullshit. Our last night there, we decided to hit the tourist strip. We'd spent most of the trip just chilling on the beach and drinking at the condo, but we figured we should at least check out some of the tacky shops before heading home. We'd had a few beers already, not wasted, just that perfect buzz where everything seems more interesting than it actually is. Most places were closing up around 11, but we found this little strip mall that still had some lights on. The kind of place with airbrushed t-shirts, shell shops, and those stupid caricature artists. We were about to call it a night when Jake pointed to this store at the far end. "Check that out," he said. "That place is still open." I probably wouldn't have noticed it otherwise. It didn't have the neon lights or beach themes of the other shops, just this dim, yellowish light coming from inside. The sign above it wasn't even properly mounted. Just this cheap banner with faded lettering that said Beach City Smoke and Gifts. What caught my eye, though, was this weird emblem above the banner. A goat head, but not like a cartoon or anything. This thing looked old, like it was carved into the building long before the current shop moved in. Probably just a head shop, Mitch said, shrugging, but we might as well check it out since we're here. It was nearly midnight by then, and honestly, I was ready to head back, but Tyler was already walking toward it, so we followed. The front of the store was exactly what you'd expect. Glass pipes, cheap bongs, rolling papers, and various tobacco products behind the counter. There were some novelty beach items too, but they looked dusty, like nobody had touched them in months. The whole place smelled like incense, but not the good kind, this heavy, musty smell that stuck in your throat. The clerk behind the counter didn't fit at all. Everyone else in this town was in shorts and flip-flops, but this guy had on all black, like a long-sleeved black shirt despite the heat. He was incredibly pale, like he'd never seen the sun, with this thin face and weirdly perfect teeth. He wore this hat that I still can't properly describe. Not quite a fedora, not quite a cowboy hat, but something in between that sat unnaturally on his head. "Evening, gentlemen," he said, and his voice didn't match his appearance at all. I expected something raspy or deep, but instead it was this pleasant, almost musical tone. "Looking for anything in particular?" Jake, always the talker, struck up a conversation with him while the rest of us browsed. I wasn't interested in buying anything, but I noticed a beaded curtain at the back of the store. "What's back there?" I asked, not really directing the question at anyone. The clerk smiled. "Books mostly. Feel free to have a look." I expected like porn magazines or something, but when I pushed through those beads, it was a whole different world. The front of the store was brightly lit with fluorescents, but this back room was dimly lit with these weird wall sconces that cast everything in this amber glow, and it was all occult stuff. Shelves of books about witchcraft, demonology, spells, you name it. Tyler came in behind me and whispered, "What the hell? Didn't expect this in Panama City." Mitch followed, looking uncomfortable. "This is weird, man. Let's go." But Jake, who joined us by then, was already pulling books off shelves, flipping through them with this amused expression. "Chill out, it's just books. Look at this one. How to Summon Your Spirit Guide in 3 days. He chuckled. Step 1, get really high. Most of the books seemed like the kind of stuff you'd find on Amazon, commercial witchcraft 101 type things with pentagram symbols and crystal healing. Nothing that really seemed dangerous or particularly unusual. But then I noticed something in the center of the room. There was this small round table with a single book on it, just one. It wasn't on a shelf with the others, and there was this little battery-operated tea light next to it, like it was being showcased. I walked over to it, curious. The cover was this dark leather, not fake leather, but the real thing, worn and cracked with age. There was no author listed on the front, just a title, The Grackle's Whisper. I'd never heard of a grackle before, but I later found out it's a kind of blackbird, not a crow or raven, but something similar. The cover had these symbols embossed into it that I couldn't recognize. Not pentagrams or anything I'd seen before, but these intricate, twisted designs that seemed to shift slightly if you stared at them too long. Jake came up behind me. "Whoa! Check this one out, looks old as hell." I didn't touch it, but Jake, never one for boundaries, picked it up and opened it. The pages inside were this weird yellowish color, and the text wasn't printed. It looked handwritten, with these detailed illustrations in the margins. I only caught glimpses, but what I saw made my stomach turn. There were drawings of bodies with parts missing, strange symbols drawn over eyes, mouths stretched into impossible shapes. "Holy shit," Jake said, but he was grinning like he'd found something awesome. "Listen to this. To speak with the dead, one must first become partially dead themselves. The separation of consciousness requires the following ritual." Man, this is some messed up stuff. He tried to hand the book to me. "Here, check this out." I didn't want to touch it, but I took it anyway, not wanting to look like a wuss in front of the guys. The moment it was in my hands, I felt this weird sensation, like the leather was slightly too warm, almost body temperature. I went to hand it back to Jake, but when I looked up, he wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring past me, his smile fading. I turned around and nearly jumped out of my skin. The clerk was standing right behind me, inside the beaded curtain. None of us had heard him come in. Those beads should have made noise, but somehow he'd slipped through without a sound. He was smiling, but it wasn't a normal smile. It was too wide, showing too many teeth, and his eyes didn't match it at all. They were fixed on the book in my hands. "I see you found my pride and joy," he said, still in that pleasant voice that now seemed completely wrong. Not many people appreciate that one. "You wrote this?" Tyler asked, sounding skeptical. The clerk nodded, still staring at the book, not at Tyler. "Indeed, there are very few copies in existence. That one is special." "How much is it?" Jake asked, always ready to buy weird stuff for his apartment. The clerk finally looked up at me, not Jake. "For you, I could make a deal." "I'm not interested," I said quickly, trying to hand the book back to him. He didn't take it. "Are you sure? It can open some amazing doors for the right reader." The way he said "doors" sent a chill down my spine. He wasn't talking about opportunities or knowledge. I was suddenly certain he meant literal doors to somewhere else. "We should probably get going," Mitch said, already backing toward the front of the store. "It's getting late." The clerk's smile never faltered. "Of course. But remember, books have a way of finding the readers who need them most. This one..." He finally reached out and took the book from my hands, his fingers brushing mine for just a moment. They were ice cold. "This one might find you again." We practically bolted out of there. None of us said anything until we were back in the car, driving toward our condo. "That was fucking weird," Tyler finally said. Jake laughed, but it sounded forced. "Yeah, that dude was creepy as hell. Did you see his teeth? Way too perfect. Definitely dentures." "Did anyone else notice his eyes?" Mitch asked quietly from the back seat. "They looked wrong somehow." I didn't say anything. I was too busy thinking about the book, about those symbols, about the clerk's cold fingers. But mostly, I was thinking about what he'd said, that the book might find me again. The next morning, we packed up and headed home to Atlanta. On the drive back, we passed through several small towns, stopping for gas and food. And that's when I started noticing it. That same goat head symbol appearing in the strangest places, on the side of a church we passed, as a small detail in a mural on a restaurant wall, carved into a tree at a rest stop. The guys didn't notice, or if they did, they didn't mention it, but I kept seeing it over and over like it was following us home. About a week later, I was browsing Amazon late at night, and on a whim, I searched for The Grackl's Whisper. I expected nothing to come up, but to my shock, there it was, one copy available from a third-party seller. The listing had no image, just a description, rare occult text, handle with care, no returns. The price was ridiculous, over $2,000. I closed the browser and tried to forget about it. But a few weeks later, curiosity got the better of me, and I searched for it again. The listing was gone, completely vanished, like it had never existed. I've looked for information about that book many times since then. I've searched online forums, occult bookstores, even academic databases. Nothing. It's like it doesn't exist outside of that store and that brief Amazon listing. The four of us still get together every few months, and occasionally, after a few beers, someone will bring up that weird bookstore in Panama City. We laugh about it now, but there's always this undercurrent of unease. None of us have been back to the Panhandle since then. We've found other beaches for our trips. I tried looking up the store online once, thinking maybe I could find reviews or photos. Nothing came up under Beach City Smoke and Gifts. I even tried Google Maps looking at that strip mall, but the store doesn't appear to be there anymore, just an empty space where it should be. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if it was just some tourist trap that played up the occult angle for sales. But then I remember the clerk's cold fingers, his too wide smile, the way he moved without making a sound. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can hear something outside my window, not quite a bird call, not quite a whisper, something in between, something that knows my name. Story 21. I still don't know if what happened in that house was real. I've spent over 20 years trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But deep down, I know better. My family knows better too, though we rarely talk about it anymore. I was 8 years old when we moved into the house in Millfield back in 2000. My parents were so excited. It was our first real home after years of renting. I remember my mom taking pictures of everything on moving day, even the ugly yellow wallpaper in the kitchen that she swore she'd replace first thing. The problems started that very first night. Mom woke up screaming around 3 in the morning. Dad had to hold her for almost an hour while she sobbed about some nightmare. Thick fog surrounding her while a black cat sat watching from the corner of the room. She kept saying over and over, "We made a mistake. We shouldn't be here." Dad told her it was just stress from the move, but I remember how her hands shook at breakfast the next morning. About a week after we moved in, I was playing with my Legos on the living room floor. Mom and Grandma were sitting on the couch behind me, talking about what color to paint the dining room. I was totally focused on building this spaceship when suddenly all three of us froze. There was this deep, pained groan from behind the door that led to the basement. It wasn't like pipes or the house settling. It was distinctly human, like someone in pain. Dad was at work. We were the only ones home. Mom and Grandma looked at each other, and I'll never forget the way all the color drained from my mom's face. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Grandma nodded, her hand clutching her chest. "We didn't open that door." Mom called Dad, who checked the basement when he got home, and found nothing. The house itself felt wrong. The previous owners had clearly left in a hurry. There were outlines of posters on the walls where the paint hadn't faded. The yellowed wallpaper in my bedroom had little tears where tape had been pulled off. But the strangest thing was the scratches at the bottom of almost every door. Deep gouges like something had been desperately trying to get in or out. Mom said it was probably from the previous owner's cat, but they were too uniform, too deliberate. One night, maybe a month after we moved in, I woke up needing to pee. My bedroom was across the hall from the bathroom, and I had to pass my parents' room to get there. Their door was open, and as I walked by, I saw something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. There was a white dress moving across their dark room. Not someone wearing a dress, just the dress itself, with this long train flowing behind it. It moved from one side of the room to the other, then disappeared into the wall. I stood there, completely frozen, unable to even breathe. I started having these terrible nightmares where I'd try to run but couldn't move my legs. I'd try to scream for my parents, but no sound would come out. I'd just lie there, paralyzed, watching shadows move across my ceiling that didn't match anything in my room. My mum had her own experience that she didn't tell me about until years later. She woke up one night and saw what she thought was my dad standing at the foot of their bed. He was wearing this blue workman's uniform, and his red hair, my dad had this bright red hair, was visible even in the dark. She said, "Honey, what are you doing?" and reached over to his side of the bed, where my dad was sound asleep. When she looked back, the figure was gone. The weird thing is that my grandmother, who stayed with us often, had a similar dream. She was in the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and saw a red-haired man in a blue uniform standing behind her. When she turned around, no one was there. About 6 months after we moved in, my grandfather got sick. He came to stay with us while he was on hospice care. We set up a hospital bed in the dining room, and I remember how terrified he was of the dark. This was a man who'd fought in Vietnam, who I'd never seen afraid of anything. But in that house, he'd panic if the lights went off, begging us not to leave him alone. The night before he died, he kept pointing to the corner of the room, asking who the man in the blue uniform was. There was nobody there. The house did something to all of us. My parents, who rarely argued before, started fighting constantly over stupid things. I became withdrawn and depressed. My mum, who had always been the most upbeat person I knew, started having anxiety attacks. It felt like the house was feeding off our negativity, making everything worse. I developed this constant feeling of being watched. I'd be doing homework or playing and suddenly get this overwhelming sensation that someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around, heart racing, to find an empty room. My grandmother refused to stay overnight after a while. She said something kept climbing into bed with her, something heavy, like a large dog, though we didn't have pets. She'd feel the mattress sink down and something pressing against her back. One night she reached back, expecting to touch one of us kids who might have snuck in, and her hand met nothing but cold air, even though she could still feel the weight on the bed. One afternoon, my mom and I were watching a movie in the living room when there was this massive bang from inside the closet in the hallway. It sounded like someone had punched the wall with all their might. We both jumped, and my mum paused the movie. She grabbed a baseball bat from behind the couch, she'd started keeping it there, and slowly opened the closet door. There was nothing inside that could have made that noise. Nothing had fallen. The walls were solid. Another time, my grandmother was alone in the house getting ready to leave. She was in the kitchen when she heard the sound of wire hangers violently hitting against each other in my parents' closet upstairs. She described it as sounding like someone was furiously pushing them back and forth on the rod. She called out, thinking one of us had come home but got no answer. When she worked up the courage to check, the closet was still, the hangers perfectly spaced and motionless. My mum had her own experiences that still give me chills. Twice, she felt something furry rub against her leg while she was cooking dinner. She'd looked down, expecting to see a cat, but we didn't have one. Both times, she felt distinct pressure moving against her calf, like an animal pushing for attention. We had this Halloween doormat that played a cackling witch sound when stepped on. One night around 2 in the morning, it suddenly went off. My dad went downstairs with his gun drawn, convinced someone had broken in. The mat was in the middle of the floor, nowhere near the door, still making that awful cackling sound with no one near it. I think what bothers me most looking back is how we normalized it all. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs, and Mom would just turn the TV up louder. We'd feel cold spots in the middle of summer that would make your breath visible, and Dad would just check the air conditioning. We'd find doors we definitely closed standing wide open, and we'd just close them again. It's like we collectively decided not to acknowledge what was happening, because doing so would make it real. We lived there for almost 2 years before my parents finally decided to sell. I was about 9 when we moved out. The final straw was when my mom woke up with 3 long scratches down her back, scratches that matched the ones at the bottom of the doors. I overheard my parents talking late one night before we moved. My mom was convinced there were 2 separate entities in the house, the spirit of a cat, which she thought was relatively harmless, and something else, something that disguised itself as a red-haired man, but was something far worse. My dad, who had been the skeptic for so long, didn't argue with her. We never talked to the people who bought the house after us. I've sometimes wondered if they experienced the same things, or if whatever was there attached itself to us instead of the property. I drive by the old house sometimes when I visit my parents, who moved to a different neighborhood across town. It looks normal from the outside, new paint, well-kept lawn. But I never slow down as I pass, and I never, ever look at the upstairs windows, afraid of what might be looking back. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that house. I've researched the property records and found nothing unusual. No tragic deaths, no suspicious previous owners, just an ordinary house that contained something extraordinarily wrong. Sometimes I wonder if we brought it with us, or if it was waiting there all along. Either way, those 2 years changed me forever. There are things in this world that exist beyond our understanding, things that hide in plain sight until you're unfortunate enough to disturb them. And sometimes they disguise themselves as nothing more than an ordinary house on an ordinary street, waiting for a family just like yours. Story 22. I've never really shared this with anyone besides my mum, and she didn't believe me. I'm 20 now, but this happened when I was around 6 or 7, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This wasn't something I imagined or dreamed up. It was real, and it changed me. We were living in Woodbridge back then, in this small 2-bedroom house. My dad had left us a year before, so it was just me and my mum. I shared a room with her because I was still young and honestly a bit of a scaredy cat. Our room was simple. My bed was against one wall, my mum's was on the opposite side, and at the head of my bed stood this old Almirah. For those who don't know what an Almirah is, it's like this tall wooden cabinet thing. Ours was dark mahogany, almost black in dim light, with these ornate handles and creaky hinges. It was my grandmother's before she passed, and my mum kept it because it was one of the few nice pieces of furniture we owned. I always thought it was ugly and imposing, but Mum loved it. That particular night started like any other. It was summer, and school was out. Mum let me stay up a bit later than usual, and we watched some movie on TV. I don't remember the title, but it was definitely something I shouldn't have been watching at that age. Some horror flick with ghosts or demons. Mom fell asleep on the couch halfway through, but I kept watching, my eyes glued to the screen, even though I was terrified. When the movie ended, I woke Mom up, and we both went to bed. Our room had this weird setup, where there was a mirror on the wall opposite my bed, and from where I lay, I could see the reflection of the Almirah behind my head. I never liked that. It always felt like something was watching me from 2 directions. I remember tossing and turning for what felt like forever. The movie had really gotten to me, and every shadow in our room seemed to move. Mom was out cold, snoring softly across the room. I finally drifted off to sleep around 11. I woke up suddenly, completely alert in the way that only happens when something is wrong. The digital clock on our nightstand read 2:13 a.m. The house was silent, not the comfortable, peaceful kind of silence, but the heavy, waiting kind that makes your skin crawl. Then I heard it, a soft creaking sound. At first, I thought it was just the house settling. Old houses make noises at night. That's what Mom always told me. But this wasn't random. It was deliberate, methodical. Creak, pause, creak. I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe too loudly. The creaking continued, and I realized it was coming from directly behind my head, from the Almirah. I couldn't turn around. I was frozen in fear, my body refusing to obey my brain's desperate commands to look. Instead, my eyes darted to the mirror across the room, where I could see the reflection of the Almirah behind me. What I saw makes my hands shake even now as I type this. The handle of the Almirah, the ornate brass handle that was always cold to the touch, was turning, slowly, deliberately, on its own. There was no one there, no hand guiding it, just the handle rotating clockwise with agonizing precision. I wanted to scream, to call out for my mum, but my voice was trapped in my throat. I could only watch, paralyzed, as the door of the Almirah began to open. It moved inch by inch, the creaking growing slightly louder with each movement. The door opened just enough, maybe 4 or 5 inches, for darkness to spill out. Not regular darkness, but something deeper, more concentrated, as if the inside of the Almirah contained a void. Then it stopped. The door remained partially open, the handle still, the creaking silent. I lay there, my entire body rigid with fear, staring at the reflection of the open Almirah in the mirror. Minutes passed, 5, maybe 10, with nothing happening, just that door, slightly ajar, and the impenetrable darkness within. The air in the room felt different, heavier, colder, like something had been let out and was now circulating around us. I could feel pressure on my chest, making it hard to breathe. My eyes darted to my mum, hoping she would wake up. But she continued sleeping peacefully, oblivious to what was happening. Then, when I had almost convinced myself that maybe I had opened the Almirah door earlier and forgotten about it, the handle began to move again, this time turning counterclockwise. The door slowly closed with the same deliberate motion, the creaking returning with each movement. Click. The latch engaged, and the Almirah was closed once more. I pinched myself hard on the arm, desperate to wake up if this was just some horrific nightmare. The sharp pain told me I was very much awake. This was happening. I whispered prayers under my breath, something I'd learned from my grandmother years ago. I pulled my blanket over my head, creating a barrier that my 6-year-old mind believed would protect me from whatever had just revealed itself. I don't know how long I stayed like that, trembling under my covers, my pajamas soaked with sweat despite the chill in the air. Eventually, exhaustion won out over terror, and I fell into a fitful sleep. When morning came, sunlight streamed through our curtains, chasing away the shadows and the fear of the previous night. I immediately looked at the Almirah. It was closed, just as it had been before I went to bed. Nothing seemed out of place or unusual. As Mom made breakfast, I asked her if she'd heard anything strange during the night. "Like what, sweetie?" she asked, flipping pancakes. "Like the Almirah opening and closing by itself," I said, my voice small. She laughed, ruffling my hair. "You must have had a bad dream because of that movie. I told you it wasn't for kids." But it wasn't a dream. I know what I saw. Something unseen had manipulated that Almirah while I watched, helpless and terrified. Something had wanted me to know it was there. For weeks afterward, I refused to sleep in that room. I made excuses. It was too hot. I wanted to sleep on the couch. I was scared of the dark. Mom eventually got frustrated and made me go back to our room. but I insisted we rearrange the furniture. We moved my bed to the other side of the room, far from the Almirah, and I made her take down the mirror. She thought I was being childish, that I'd watched too many scary movies and let my imagination run wild. But I knew better. There are things in this world we can't explain, things that exist in the spaces between what we understand and what we fear. Nothing like that ever happened again in that house, though I was always on edge, always watching the Almirah from the corner of my eye. We moved away from Woodbridge about a year later when Mom got a better job in another city. The Almirah came with us, though I begged her to leave it behind. It's still in her house today, in the guest bedroom where I stay when I visit. I never turn my back to it, never fully relax in that room. This experience changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I don't scare easily anymore. Conventional horror movies don't affect me. Haunted houses at Halloween make me laugh. But there are moments when I'm alone in a quiet house, when I hear an unexplained creak, when I catch a piece of furniture in a mirror's reflection, that bring it all rushing back. The helplessness, the certainty that something was there, watching me, making itself known. I've tried researching similar experiences over the years. There are plenty of ghost stories and paranormal encounters online, but nothing quite like what happened to me. Most hauntings have some explanation: a tragic death in the house, a burial ground underneath, some historical event that left an imprint. But our house in Woodbridge was new, built in the 90s on what used to be empty farmland. There was no reason for it to be haunted. Sometimes I wonder if it wasn't the house that was haunted, but the Almirah itself. Maybe something was attached to it, something that came with it from my grandmother's house. She died peacefully in her sleep, but who knows who owned it before her. I've asked my mom about the history of the piece, but she doesn't know much. Just that it was antique and valuable and handcrafted. None of which explains what happened that night. I'm a rational person. I study engineering. I believe in science and logic and reasonable explanations. But I also know what I saw, and there is no reasonable explanation for a piece of furniture opening and closing on its own with such deliberate intent. Sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself thinking about what would have happened if I'd gotten out of bed and looked inside the Almirah while the door was open. What was in that darkness? What would I have seen? Part of me is grateful I was too terrified to move, that my childhood paralysis kept me safe in my bed, because whatever was in there, whatever opened that door and then carefully closed it again, wasn't something I was meant to see. It was only letting me know it was there, watching, waiting. For what, I don't know, and I hope I never find out. To this day, I can't look at old wooden furniture without feeling uneasy. I keep my own apartment minimally furnished, modern, simple pieces with clean lines and light colors. Nothing that creaks, nothing with doors or drawers that could open on their own, nothing that could harbor secrets or entities or whatever was in that Almirah. I've never told anyone else this story because I know how it sounds, like the overactive imagination of a kid scared by a horror movie. But I know what I experienced was real. Something was there with us that night, something that wanted me to know it existed, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's still there, inside that Almirah, waiting for me to come back. Story 23. I'm still not sure what happened to me 3 months ago. I keep telling myself there has to be a logical explanation, but I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head and nothing makes sense. I'm not usually the type to jump to paranormal conclusions. I've always been somewhere between skeptical and curious about that stuff, but this experience, I just can't explain it. It was a Tuesday afternoon in May. I remember because I had the day off work and was planning to catch up on some YouTube videos I'd been wanting to watch. Nothing special about the day. It was sunny, around 2 in the afternoon, and I was alone at my house in Lakewood. My parents were at work and my sister was away at college. I was sitting at my desk in my bedroom with my noise-cancelling headphones on. Those expensive Sony ones I'd saved up for months to buy. They're wireless and usually work perfectly. I was watching a video about unsolved mysteries, ironically enough, narrated by this guy with a really deep voice who I've been following for years. About 20 minutes into the video, I started hearing this weird sound cutting through the narration. At first I thought it was part of the video, like some kind of sound effect or background noise. It was this high-pitched, rhythmic shrieking that kept repeating. It wasn't constant, more like bursts of sound with pauses in between. I paused the video, but the sound continued. That's when I realized it wasn't coming from YouTube. I checked all my other tabs, thinking maybe I had accidentally opened something else that was playing audio. But everything else was closed except for the video. The shrieking continued, getting slightly louder. I took off one side of my headphones to see if I could hear the sound in the room, but there was nothing. The sound was only coming through my headphones, which was weird because they were supposed to be noise cancelling, not picking up random sounds from my house. I got up from my desk and started walking around my room, trying to figure out where this sound could be coming from and why it was being transmitted through my headphones. I checked my phone to see if it was somehow connected and playing audio, but it wasn't. The shrieking continued in that same pattern. 3 or 4 shrieks, then a pause, then more shrieks. I left my bedroom and walked down the hallway, still wearing my headphones with one ear uncovered. The sound seemed to get a tiny bit louder as I moved toward the back of the house. I kept following it, feeling increasingly uneasy as I made my way through the living room and into the kitchen. The kitchen has this big window that looks out into our backyard. As I approached it, the shrieking through my headphones got noticeably louder. I looked out the window, and there, sitting on the windowsill outside, was a bird. It was small and grayish-brown, probably a sparrow or something common like that, but as I watched it, I realized its beak was opening and closing in the exact same rhythm as the shrieking I was hearing through my headphones. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Of course, my headphones must have been picking up the bird's chirping somehow. I moved closer to the window to get a better look at it. The bird didn't fly away, which was unusual. It just sat there, continuing to chirp, looking at me with these small black eyes that seemed weirdly focused. I was now standing directly in front of the window, maybe a foot away from the glass, staring at this bird. I had completely forgotten about my YouTube video at this point. I was just relieved to have found the source of the weird sound. That's when it happened. Through my headphones, I heard a woman's voice, clear as day, but choppy and monotone, like those old text-to-speech programs. It said, "Finally found." Just those 2 words, "finally found." No emotion, no inflection, just a flat, digital-sounding female voice directly in my ears. The moment I heard it, the bird stopped chirping. It tilted its head slightly, as if it was examining me, and then suddenly flew away. I stood there, frozen in place, staring at the empty windowsill for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. My whole body went cold. I was at least 30 feet away from my computer at this point. My wireless headphones had a good range, but they shouldn't have been picking up any audio from my computer other than the paused YouTube video, which featured a male narrator, not a female voice. I slowly backed away from the window, not taking my eyes off the spot where the bird had been. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Once I reached the kitchen doorway, I turned and hurried back to my bedroom, locking the door behind me, even though I was alone in the house. With shaking hands, I took off my headphones and set them on the desk. I checked the YouTube video, still paused exactly where I'd left it. I checked all my other tabs again, nothing open that could have produced a voice. I even checked my Discord and Zoom to see if someone had somehow connected to my account, but everything was logged out. I unplugged my headphones from my computer and examined them. They were just normal headphones. No special features that would allow them to pick up random sounds or voices. I put them back on cautiously, but there was nothing now. No shrieking, no voice, just silence. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the headphones had picked up a neighbor's voice or a TV show from another house. But the voice had been so clear, so direct, like it was speaking right into my ears, and it had said, "Finally found," right when I found the source of the shrieking. The timing was too perfect to be coincidental. I spent the next hour Googling whether wireless headphones could pick up radio frequencies or other signals. I found some forum posts about headphones occasionally picking up taxi dispatchers or baby monitors, but nothing that explained what I'd experienced. The voice hadn't sounded like it was coming through static or from a distance. It sounded like it was generated directly in my headphones. And then there was the bird. The way it had just sat there, staring at me. The way its chirping perfectly matched the shrieking in my headphones. The way it flew away the exact moment I heard the voice. It was like the bird and the voice were connected somehow, like one had led me to the other. I didn't tell anyone about it that day. What would I even say? Hey, my headphones started picking up bird sounds, and then a robot woman told me, "Finally found." It sounded crazy even to me, and I was the one who experienced it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the incident in my head, trying to find a logical explanation. I even went back to that YouTube video and watched it from beginning to end to make sure there wasn't some weird audio glitch or Easter egg I'd missed. There wasn't. The next day, I worked up the courage to go back to the kitchen window. I stood there for a long time, watching for the bird, but it never returned. I tried using my headphones again in different parts of the house, but they worked normally. No strange noises, no mysterious voices. I eventually told my best friend about it, and she suggested that maybe my headphones had picked up some kind of interference from a nearby electronic device. Or maybe someone was playing a prank on me by hacking into my Bluetooth connection, but neither of those explanations felt right. The voice had been too specific, too timely. It's been 3 months now, and nothing like that has happened again. But I still get goosebumps every time I put on those headphones. Sometimes I'll be watching a video, and I'll find myself holding my breath, waiting to hear that monotone voice again. I've even caught myself looking for that bird whenever I'm near the kitchen window. The thing that keeps bothering me is those 2 words, "finally found." What was found? Me? The bird? Some connection between us? And who or what was doing the finding? I still use my computer every day, still watch YouTube videos, still use those same headphones, but something changed that day. There's this uneasiness I can't shake, this feeling that something was trying to communicate with me through technology in a way I don't understand. I'm not saying it was definitely something paranormal. Maybe there is a perfect logical explanation that I'm just not seeing. But whatever it was, technological glitch, coincidence, or something more, it felt personal. It felt like something had been looking for me, and in that moment, through the combination of my headphones and that strange bird, it had finally found me, and I can't help wondering, now that it's found me, what happens next? Story 24. Have you never told anyone about this outside my immediate family, and even they don't fully believe me? I need to get this off my chest, and I figure strangers on the internet might be more open-minded than people who know me. This happened when I was 16, about 5 years ago, but I remember it like it happened yesterday. I lived with my parents in a pretty standard suburban home in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special about it. Built in the 90s, 2 stories, 4 bedrooms. We'd been there since I was 8, and I'd never felt anything particularly strange about the place before, except for the hallway. Our upstairs hallway always gave me this weird feeling. My bedroom was the second door on the right, with the bathroom directly across from it. My parents' room was at the end of the hall. Every time I walked down that hallway, especially at night, I got this overwhelming feeling that something was rushing up behind me, like not just the feeling of being watched, but the distinct sensation that something was actively charging at my back. It was specific to that spot. As soon as I entered any room, the feeling would completely disappear. I always chalked it up to an overactive imagination or just being a jumpy kid, until that night in February. It was around 3 in the morning when I woke up, really needing to pee. I remember checking my phone briefly, seeing the time, and groaning because I had a math test later that day. The house was completely silent, the kind of silence that feels almost solid at that hour. I got out of bed, trying not to make my floor creak, and opened my bedroom door. The hallway was dimly lit by this small plug-in nightlight my mum insisted on keeping near the bathroom door. Thank God she did. As soon as I stepped into the hallway, that familiar feeling of dread hit me like a wave. The hair on my arms stood straight up, and my stomach clenched like I was about to be sick. Something felt different this time, though. The feeling was stronger, more immediate. I quickened my pace, practically jogging the few steps to the bathroom. I yanked the door open, flipped on the light, and tried to shut the door behind me. But it wouldn't close all the way. The door stopped about an inch from closing completely. I pushed harder, thinking maybe it was just sticking like it sometimes did in humid weather. But it felt like something was physically blocking it, something solid and resistant. My first thought was that my dad was messing with me. He sometimes pulled pranks, and even though this would be a weird time for one, I figured maybe he'd heard me get up. So I pulled the door back open, ready to tell him to knock it off. What I saw instead will haunt me until the day I die. Standing in the hallway was a figure, maybe 5.5 feet tall, wearing what looked like a dark hooded cloak or robe. But what made my blood freeze wasn't the clothing, it was the eyes. 2 bright, glowing yellow eyes staring directly at me from inside the hood. They weren't human eyes, they were too large, too round. And that yellow, it wasn't a normal color. It was like someone had placed 2 small flashlights under yellow cellophane. I could see part of its face in the dim light from the bathroom. The skin, if you could call it that, looked dark and scaly like a bird's foot, textured dry with these weird ridges. I know how insane this sounds, but I'm telling you exactly what I saw. I screamed and slammed the door shut again, but it still wouldn't close completely. Through the gap, I could see something wedged between the door and the frame. A finger, but not a human finger. It was malformed, longer than it should be, with the same scaly texture I'd seen on its face. The nail was black and curved, almost like a talon. I was hyperventilating at this point, repeatedly slamming the door against this thing's finger. I remember whimpering, "Go away, go away, go away," over and over. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, the finger suddenly withdrew, and I was able to slam the door shut and lock it. The immediate relief of getting the door closed lasted about 2 seconds before the entire door started shaking violently. Not like someone was knocking or even pounding on it, more like someone was throwing their entire body against it repeatedly. The door frame was creaking, and I genuinely thought the lock was going to break. I backed up until I hit the bathtub and slid down to the floor. I wanted to scream for my parents, but I was terrified that if I made too much noise, this thing would go after them instead. Plus, to be completely honest, I was so scared I could barely breathe, let alone yell. The pounding continued for what seemed like hours, but was probably closer to 5 minutes. Then it stopped abruptly, and something even worse happened. It started talking. "Marcus," it said in my mother's voice, perfectly, exactly like her. "Honey, are you okay?" I heard a noise. I didn't answer. I knew. My mom was asleep in her room. This wasn't her. "Marcus, open the door, sweetie. I want to make sure you're okay." The voice was so convincing that for a split second I almost believed it was her. But then I remembered those yellow eyes, that scaly finger, and I stayed silent, knees pulled to my chest. "Marcus!" The voice was getting impatient, but still using my mom's tone. "Open this door right now, young man." I was shaking uncontrollably. I remember my teeth chattering so hard, I was afraid whatever was out there would hear them. After a few more attempts with my mom's voice, things took an even darker turn. The voice started to change, becoming deeper, raspier, like my mom's voice and something else's were layered together. "Let me in, Marcus. I just want to talk to you. I just want to see you." Then it started saying things my mom would never say. Horrible things, threatening things, promising what it would do to me, to my family, if I didn't open the door. I won't repeat the exact words. They were vile. This went on for what must have been 20 or 30 minutes, the voice cycling between sounding like my mom, then distorting into something inhuman, then back again, sometimes wheedling, sometimes screaming with rage. The door would occasionally shake again, like it was testing the lock. Eventually, the voice seemed to fade, like it was moving away down the hallway. The last thing I heard was a whispered, "I'll come back for you," that sounded like it was right at the crack of the door. The bathroom fell silent. I sat there on the cold tile floor for at least another half hour, afraid to move, afraid to make any sound. My legs had gone numb from being in the same position, and I had to pee so badly it hurt, but I was too scared to stand up. Finally, when I couldn't hold it anymore, I used the toilet, moving as quietly as possible. The whole time I kept my eyes fixed on the door, terrified it would start shaking again. After I finished, I washed my hands and splashed some cold water on my face. I tried to move this heavy wooden cabinet my mom kept bathroom supplies in to barricade the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was too heavy and awkwardly shaped for me to lift alone. I don't know how long I stayed in that bathroom, probably close to 2 hours total. Eventually, I built up the courage to unlock the door. I stood there with my hand on the knob for several minutes, listening intently. The house seemed completely silent again. When I finally cracked the door open, the hallway was empty. That oppressive feeling of dread was gone too, replaced with the normal, peaceful quiet of our house. I checked the door frame and the floor for any signs of what had happened, scratches, marks, anything, but there was nothing. I crept down the hallway to my parents' room and quietly pushed their door open. They were both sound asleep, my dad snoring softly, my mum curled up on her side. That confirmed what I already knew. Whatever had spoken with my mom's voice wasn't her. I went back to my room and sat on my bed until morning, wide awake, jumping at every little sound. I didn't tell my parents at breakfast. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, I saw a monster with yellow eyes in the hallway last night, and it tried to trick me by sounding like Mom." They would have thought I had a nightmare or was making it up. The next night, I tried to move that bathroom cabinet again, in the daylight when I wasn't terrified out of my mind. I still couldn't budge it. That's how I know for sure I wasn't dreaming. I physically couldn't have moved that cabinet in my state of panic, just like I couldn't move it when I was calm. I never saw the yellow-eyed thing again, though for months afterward I refused to use the bathroom at night. I'd either hold it until morning or use a bottle in my room. Gross, I know, but better than facing whatever that was again. That hallway feeling eventually faded too, which almost makes me wonder if that thing was what I'd been sensing all along. I'm 21 now and living in a college apartment. I still think about that night all the time. I've researched folklore, paranormal phenomena, everything I could find that might explain what I saw, but nothing quite matches up. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a vivid nightmare, until I remember that cabinet I couldn't move, and the fact that I was fully awake before, during, and after. Whatever it was, it changed me. I now know with absolute certainty that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that exist in the spaces we think are safe, and sometimes they wear familiar voices to try to get to us.